Live. Have you guys seen the skating ability?
Councillor,
Cutter?
I can confirm we are streaming to YouTube.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Budget Committee meeting for February 9th, 2022. I'd like to call the meeting to order. My name is Paul Russell, and I represent Lower Sackville. Let's run through the order of the councillors as we do at the beginning of each of these virtual meetings, just to make sure that everybody is connected. I know that most people are, but this is just to confirm. So let's start with District 1 and Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues and staff and members of the public.
And Councillor Hensby, District 2. Good morning. David, you're on mute.
Good morning, all. Hopefully be a productive day today after all that rain yesterday.
Hopefully, that's right. Thank you. Councillor Kent, District 3. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, are we doing announcements or anything, or can I do it now? Just something.
If you would like to say something, now would be the time to do it.
Yeah, I just want to put a little note of concern and support to the residents on Horns Road. They had a catastrophic flooding happening last night, first time ever on a brook area. So I wasn't able to get out until this morning, and I know that a lot of homes and people have been affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for mentioning that. And Councillor Purdy, District 4, good morning.
Good morning. Happy to be here live from City Hall today.
Absolutely, good stuff. Councillor Austin, District 5, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ready to go.
Good stuff, thank you. Councillor Mancini, District 6, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Let's give her.
Absolutely. Councillor Mason, are you with us this morning? District 7. Okay. Councillor Smith, District 8, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues, ready to budget.
Good stuff, thank you. Councillor Cleary, District 9, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues, residents. Wrapping the great business of Oddfellows Barbershop on Quinpool Road, great District 9, Halifax West Armdale business. Let's do budget.
Absolutely. Councillor Morris, District 10, good morning.
Good morning. Coffeed up and all ready to go.
Good stuff. Councillor Cuddle, District 11, good morning.
Good morning from Purcell's Cove. Just want to say it's 2 degrees out there and partly cloudy, and hopefully some of the ice from yesterday will melt. Been getting a lot of phone calls about potholes, and just want to remind people to call 311. You know, all the freeze, thaw, rain, snow has done some damage to the roads. So I just want to remind people to please drive carefully, and also to pay attention to road construction crews members that are out there. Slow down, pay attention to the sign flaggers, and remember that speeding in a construction zone results in double the speed fines. So please drive carefully.
Thank you for those reminders, Councillor Cuddle. Very much appreciated. Hopefully we can talk with some people related to roadworks today. District 12, Councillor Stoddard, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, and colleagues. I agree with Councillor Cuddle. There is a lot of water on the road and we have to be careful. There is ongoing construction in District 12, and as Councillor Cuddle said, double the fines if you're in a construction zone. It's a little cloudy here in District 12, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you. District 13, Deputy Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be here today. I just want to give a shout out to all those folks who are dealing with localized flooding on provincial roads. Just to remind you to call the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operations center with the Nova Scotia Public Works. They want to hear from you as to where that localized flooding is. Happy to be here talking about roads and transportation public works. Giddy up, folks.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. District 14, Councillor Blackburn, good morning.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Ready to go forth and budget.
There we go. Thank you. And District 16, Councillor Othick, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, from sunny and dry Bedford Wentworth. I'm just going to make a suggestion. I think we're all getting inundated, probably as we do this time of year, with freeze and thaw about the potholes and whatnot. So I'm going to suggest to Brad and to Jacques, if they're listening, that it's time to do some communication on what we can do this time of year with the asphalt plants being closed. So the trailers will do main work. We've got cold patch, how people report. I think it's time to do some communication, because I feel every year this time of year I have to re-educate people that every year we fill 10 to 15, 20,000 potholes. This time of year the asphalt plants are not open, so maybe the patches won't work. Here's how you report. Here's the priority. It's going to be main routes first. So if we could get some communication out on that, I think it's due. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor excuse me, Othick. That is a very timely request. Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. It's nice to see you this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we do have a number of staff online as well, which is very helpful for all of us, just to make sure that we have the best information possible to make the right decisions. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes, and there are no minutes to approve. Next is the approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. Over to the clerk. Do we have any changes today?
Morning, Chair Russell. There are no additions or deletions from the clerk's office today.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see anything from members of council. So could I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I so move. Stoddard.
Councillor Stoddard.
Second by Cuddle.
Thank you, Councillors Stoddard and Cuddle. All in favor of the agenda as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Great, we have an agenda. Call for declaration of conflicts of interest. Super, seeing none. We're on to public participation. And as a reminder for everybody watching, public participation is a process that happens at the beginning of every budget meeting. And so this is everybody's opportunity to come and have your say. To regional council, you would have 5 minutes to speak or make a presentation. You just have to sign up by 4:30 p.m. with the clerk's office on the day before, and you can get in touch with them at, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but 902-490-4210, or by emailing clerks@halifax.ca. Our first speaker this morning is Martin Williams, and after Martin, we have Shalom and Joanne. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, Paul. Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Sure. Can I check that everybody received the materials that I circulated yesterday?
I don't think I got anything.
The presentation?
Yes.
Yep, we have that.
You did. Excellent. Okay. So I haven't prepared a PowerPoint presentation, but I have prepared a handout, a document, a submission. And I have also sent you a spreadsheet that was compiled by Norm Collins, giving a breakdown on some of the data. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good. Okay. So I had a look at the service delivery measures relating to the road safety framework, and that was specifically what I wanted to cover. I have no ambition to try and get through all of that in 5 minutes, so I'm going to have to refer you to the handout for full details, but I can maybe provide some key points. The service delivery measures on your budget, it shows that there is a reduction of 16.1% of total fatal and injury collisions. So that looks great. It looks like more or less on target to meet the 20%, which I think will be due by the end of next year, possibly 2018 to 2023. So that looks fine. So I wanted to break it down a little bit more and see where we are on pedestrians in particular. There's also some statistics on cyclists. And I can see that a 7.5 reduction in fatal injury and injury collisions has been achieved. So that's not nothing, but that's in the context of quite significant reductions in traffic volume and pedestrian volume. So that's a really important context that needs to be borne in mind. And I don't think we've got statistics on serious pedestrian injuries, but the fatalities are certainly sort of pretty much where they have been in previous years. So a 7.5% reduction leaves a 12.5 reduction to achieve in quite a short period of time. And what we could not see in the table, the list of traffic safety measures on page 6, is really something that allows us to understand how that's going to happen, how that steep hill is going to be climbed. So some key stats: 72% of pedestrians are struck at intersections. With previous data analysis, we could see that by far the majority of those pedestrians were struck at signalized intersections. We no longer have that data tracking. That's really essential to understand if that is being reduced or whether it is even increasing. But 72% is a lot. And the only traffic safety measure that me and Norm could see relating to intersections is leading pedestrian intervals. Thanks to some really comprehensive data crunching from the Federal Highways Authority in the United States, we know that achieves a 13% in pedestrians injuries. So take an intersection just down the road from me, Main Titus. On that one, in 5 years, we've had 6 pedestrians struck. So in the next, it doesn't have a leading pedestrian interval. It has nothing. On one stretch, it's wide. So if we have a leading pedestrian interval there, we could maybe see 5 pedestrians struck over the next 5 years. So from the point of view of understanding that this road safety framework is about prioritizing people who are most affected by traffic violence, by dangerous roads, it's quite hard to see where these targets and how these targets are going to be achieved. I think probably I have some proposals to cut to the chase, which I'm asking councillors to propose. Number one is to request.
I hate to say it, Martin, if I can interrupt, you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, in that case, I'm just going to refer you to the request under heading number 3, and I'd like to add one more request relating to data analysis on key trends identified in the document. So in particular, control areas like signalized intersections and some other key statistics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. We do have a couple of councillors with questions for clarification. So go ahead, Councillor Outhet, with your question of clarification.
Good morning, Martin. Are you back in town? I wasn't warned that you were back in Canada there. So
you haven't seen my videos, Tim. You must follow on Twitter. And yes, I'm back in Clayton Park and with my family.
I thought I warned them at the border, but I guess you got through. So just wanted to say, so listen, while you've been gone, you must have noticed, though, because there's a number of things that you've been pushing for and others that, the school zones with the humps in the school zones that we've done, more humps and speed zones, more flags, rapid beacons, leading pedestrian crossing signals, and sort of thing. So I'd like to think that you would, I'd like to think that hopefully that you've seen some of these things on your return. Obviously, you have a bunch of ideas that I'm happy to continue to pursue, and you and I've met in person many times, but you must have seen some significant improvements while you were away. So just trying to give a little credit to the folks who've been working so hard on this.
Well, was that something you wanted me to answer, Tim, or just?
I would very much like you to answer if you've seen. No, I'm clarifying whether you've seen some improvements while you A, that you're back, and B, that you've seen some significant improvements.
No, it's absolutely terrifying, and I cannot emphasize that enough. That not nearly enough is being done, and there's some specifics in my handout, which please I would ask everybody to refer to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Great progress on residential traffic calming. some progress on the key causes of incidents, but not enough.
Yep, no,
But
fair enough.
thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Councillor Smith wondering if you can repeat your last request at the very end of your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Lyndall. So what I wanted to, there are some key data trends which we've lost. So one of those is understanding the proportion of incidents at signalized intersections. We had data analysis on that between 2012 and 2017, and that was really helpful. We no longer have that. We also needs data analysis about the seriousness of incidents on these RA5 4-lane crosswalks where Swete Chan was seriously killed. Because from the research, I can see the yield rate is atrocious. And from a user point of view, they are also extremely dangerous. The last trend that I really think we need, and there are some more, I could probably confirm them in an email, is to understand how many incidents occur on crosswalks. The last data assessment was done by the police, and it was around just below 70% over 2017 and 18, I think, occurred on crosswalks. So we need to see, because obviously crosswalks need to be a safe place for us to use. They're the key place that we rely on adequate controls, adequate safety. And if that's not happening, that's a really extremely serious issue for pedestrians.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin, for reiterating that. Councillor Lovelace, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and thanks for sending this information, Martin, and presenting today. I really appreciate it. I just have a question with regards to the data that you've been collecting, and whether or not that is data that is reflective only of collisions and fatalities, injuries on municipal roads, or if you're looking at all of HRM. You know, just knowing that the standard rate of speed on provincial roads, for example, is 80 kilometers an hour compared to local roads in the municipal owned roads, the speed rate is 50 kilometers. So just wondering if you could speak to that, please.
Yes, so all the data analysis we've done is from from downloading it from Halifax Open Data. So it's the municipal data. I don't know how much of that's on provincial roads. It's something I think that probably we'd need to filter and look at. We did get some key stats showing more than 50% of pedestrians are struck on artery roads and around 30% are struck on major collectors. So I would imagine looking at the incident data online, most of it's on municipal roads, but I think that's something to our staff to look into as well. It's a good point.
Yeah, I think what this does is kind of skew the bigger issue overall for pedestrian safety in the entire municipality if we're only looking at municipal roads and not those that are impacted. It's very difficult to get a crosswalk on a provincial road, for example. So thank you so much for your work on this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace, and thank you, Martin. There are no further councillors in the list with questions of clarification. Thank you for your presentation this morning.
Thank you so much, Paul. All the best to all of you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shalom, and after Shalom, we have Joanne and Anika. Shalom, are you with us this morning? Shalom, I can't hear you. Shalom, I can see, I think that you're trying to say something, but I still can't hear you.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Russell. Can you?
We can hear you, but it's very scratchy.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
No, we are having a very difficult time hearing you. Are you able to disconnect and reconnect to the Zoom meeting? Or I'm not sure what else to suggest.
Chairman Russell, can you hear me or not?
Not good enough for what we would like to see for the presentation. Another option is, are you able to call in? Ian has just popped up. Go ahead, Ian.
Chair Russell, with the sound quality, we would recommend that the resident use the phone number to call in. We will have our staff try to connect with them and have them join via phone. If the sound is a barrier, I would recommend moving to the next speaker while we connect with this individual.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Shalom, does that make sense? Okay, thank you. We will move ahead with Joanne. Joanne Donovan, are you with us this morning, Joanne?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Joanne. That's awesome. Thank you. Go ahead.
Excellent.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Firstly, thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this meeting. I represent the concerned citizens of Leveland Park via a traffic calming committee. I had submitted materials yesterday. I'm just confirming if council and chair have received those.
Yes, I'm seeing nods from councillors. Yes, they have been received.
Okay, excellent. So in the matter of time, I don't think there'd be any reason for me to read through the memo that's presented. That's all in writing. You have it there. So what I thought I would just try to do in point form, make it clear what it is we're asking. So who, again, were the concerned citizens of Leveland Park? And what we're asking for is that we be part of Transportation and Public Works business plan and budget plan for the year ahead to have temporary traffic calming measures put in place on the small stretch of Leveland Drive that has drawn reckless driving for many decades. There was an accident just on January 9th. It was the second severe accident in just 2 years or 18 months. And that accident has brought us together to ask that something be done. It's clear that inaction has allowed these accidents to happen. There was a horrendous accident that took place in 1990 that took 4 lives because of the inaction and traffic measures or traffic calming measures not being put in place. More accidents have been allowed to happen. We understand that traffic calming doesn't happen very easily, that there's a study that has to be done, there's a policy. Patty Councillor Cuddle sent me a great message yesterday explaining on the process and why it's backlogged. But why that backlog is being addressed and your policies on how to address the backlog. We're asking that immediate measures be put in place, be it a hazard sign, be it traffic speed bumps, something. Because by not asking, we know that inaction is going to allow other accidents to happen. We need to know that we've done all that we can and asked all that we can to know that when the next accident happens, that it's not because of our inaction, but the inaction of the people who have the power to make the necessary changes today to make this a safer place to live. And that's what I have to say.
Okay. Thank you very much, Joanne, for your presentation this morning. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Joanne. I first want to commend you on all the hard work you did in pulling together this committee. And I also want to thank all the residents from the Leveland Park area who've taken the time to write in and express concerns about the ongoing traffic issues on Leveland. I'm well aware that this has been an issue that has been going on for decades. And I also want you to know, everyone to know that the assessment is in the list. My understanding is the data collection is expected to be done next month. I do intend to talk to staff about how weather and road conditions might impact that data collection, just to ensure we get a really accurate picture of what's happening. And as for your request around radar, I believe we're still waiting from the province around radar installation. I don't have the ability to do that now. And HRP is aware of the concerns, and I've spoken to them many times. And there have been some proactive details for enforcement along that stretch. So in terms of temporary installations, that is something that we'll have to talk to staff about, and I will bring that forward to staff and see what they say and see what might be possible, and get back to you and your group. So again, thank you for all the action you've taken on this.
Thank you for that response. Right now, it really is the temporary measures that are what our focus is is on. I know that the bigger picture is going to take a long time, but traffic, to have more police presence is fantastic, but obviously that does not, that's a very, just a few moments in a day or what have you, but it's something needs to be there all the time to stop these people from attempting to take flight over those hills. It's what they do. They're drawn to that spot literally to try to take flight over those hills. And when they do, they land in the woods. The last one, the car was hanging from the tree. I trust you saw the front page of the Herald that showed that horrendous picture. That took place on a Sunday afternoon at 2:30, where any one of us could have simply been coming home. If we were coming in the opposite direction, we wouldn't be here. So the concern is so great for us now. It's getting to be more of a draw clearly for the younger drivers. They want to fly and they come here to do it. It's terrible.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We'll be in touch.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you very much, Joanne, and thank you, Councillor Cuttle. I'm not sure if Shalom is back yet. So we will move ahead with the next speaker, and the next speaker is Anika. Anika, are you with us this morning? And am I saying your name correctly?
I am. Can everyone hear and see me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much. Hi, my name's Anika Riopel. I'm the transportation coordinator with the Ecology Action Center. Lots of things to say today, so I'm going to jump right into it, but I did want to just highlight two kind of broader reasons that I'm here today. One is that we at the EAC care a lot about active transportation and our transit systems, because it is paramount to ensure that all citizens have access to services, jobs, and community for a healthy, resilient city. And that means designing our city's transportation systems to give people options to move about safely and providing transit and active transportation networks that enable people who cannot drive to access and participate in community life. We know this. We have the integrated mobility plan. We also know that the climate crisis needs to be addressed both globally, but also locally with a level of urgency, which is why we need mitigative and adaptive measures to reduce and manage impacts. And we also know this in Halifax, which is why we have the Halifact. So the Halifax recommendations for transportation are pretty straightforward. It's implementing the recommendations of the integrated mobility plan. So broadly speaking, we have plans, we know what we need to do. Therefore, we're generally really excited by the budget, both for this coming fiscal, but also future, like the future fiscal years as well. We're very happy to see significant annual funding for major strategic multimodal corridor designs. Very excited to see an increase for road safety improvement, the road safety improvement program, that the electric buses are budgeted for this coming fiscal and next, that the regional AAA cycling network will be completed by 2024-25. So those are the good things. We really applaud this budget on those. Our major concern is around actually completing those and meeting those targeted dates for both of those plans. So currently what we're seeing is that it's been mentioned in numerous meetings and standing committees that there's a bottleneck of implementing projects around not having enough staff capacity to oversee contracts and complete projects. And so our main issue is making sure that, yes, there's funding in the capital budget lines, but we also want to make sure that there is money in the operating funding lines so that these projects can actually be completed. We're seeing this in the volume of carry forward projects. So there's $1.3 million of new sidewalks carried forward from last year. There's $2.57 million for other related roadworks, and $3.4 million in street recapitalization carried over. Obviously, the last 2 years have been difficult, and there have been delays for many reasons. But with the increase of capital funding, we just wanted to make sure that there is also an increase in operating funding, because it's obviously will require more staff time. So that's our first concern. Our other major concern is around the sidewalk budgets. So Brad Anguish has mentioned that there is a 400 to 600 million backlog of sidewalk projects. The annual spending for the last 3 years has been 2.9 million. So obviously at that rate, we are never going to get through that backlog. So the EAC is strongly in support of Councillor Morris's motion to increase the capital sidewalk budget. Again, as long as that would include operating funding to have the needed in-house staff to implement. We had some questions around some projects in the upcoming fiscal that don't currently have cost estimates, and perhaps that's just because that stuff wasn't ready for this budget. But the new Community Associations Grants AT project doesn't have specific budget allocation. The 5 multi-use
Anika,
Yes.
Anika, I'm going to interrupt. You have 30 seconds left.
Brilliant. Then I am just going to sum it all up. We're really happy about the IMP being funded. We're excited to see these projects come to fruition. We'd love to see more funding allocated to staff to make sure that this can be happened. We'd love to see an increase in sidewalk funding. And personally, I'm really excited about the bridge getting finished. So I think that's where I'll leave it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will take your suggestions into consideration as we move through the budget process. I don't see any councillors who have indicated that they would like to ask questions of clarification. So again, thank you for your presentation this morning. We are still uncertain if Shalom is going to be able to join us this morning. Ian, I would look to your advice on this.
Councillor Russell, we are working with members of the public to try to get them into the meeting. They are having some technical issues on their end, so we have not gotten them back in the meeting just yet. So we are continuing to try to work with them, but they are not currently in a Zoom meeting. And I can confirm the phone feature is working properly, but they have not been able to join us via phone.
Is this something we could work through, and perhaps Shalom can come back and join us next week? Question for Ian.
We can absolutely work with the resident to have them come to a future budget public participation session as well. That ultimately would be the decision of committee.
We have a fair amount of work to get done this morning and through the day. And my preference.
Chair Russell, I have just noted that Shalom has joined the virtual meeting again. We are going to try to promote him right now and see if his audio is
wonderful. Shalom, you seem to be on mute. If you're connected by your phone, could you please press *6 to unmute?
Chair Russell, the member of the public is in the Zoom meeting, so it is not a *6. Shalom, we are asking you to unmute. You should have a notification that will pop up. Chair Russell, it appears no member of the public has left the meeting. I would recommend that we move on to the next item of business.
I still see him here. Yeah. Shalom, you appear to be unmuted. We cannot hear you. Okay. Let's move ahead and let's see if we can work things out and have Shalom reconnect with us next Wednesday. Thank you very much for all of your efforts with this to Shalom and to the clerk's office. It's very much appreciated. The next item on the order of business is the Transportation and Public Works budget. So we have a presentation from TPW. Let's move ahead with that. Brad, are you with us this morning? You are, and we can see you.
They purposely gave me a light bulb.
That's awesome. Thank you, Brad. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay,
Can we get rid of the light bulb? Can we get rid of the light bulb? It's pretty
that can be done real quick. Yeah, I don't like.
Supposed to be enlightening us, Brad. We're not supposed to be enlightening you.
I don't like showing off all my chins. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. I'm Brad Anguish, Executive Director of Transportation and Public Works. As always, it's a sincere pleasure to present our 22-23 operating budget to you on behalf of all the great men and women who work for Transportation and Public Works, along with all of our key industry partners who, without their support and service delivery, we could not do our job. I'll just state up front, the presentation is loaded with a lot of reference material. I'm going to do my best to work through it quickly while at the same time giving you what I hope is enough information to balance your budget decisions going forward. I will state also thank you to the presenters who preceded the presentation. It's great to hear from them and see the points of view. I will state staff does not have Mr. Williams' materials, so we'd appreciate receiving them. Next slide, please. So our mission, we take pride in providing high quality transportation and public works services to benefit citizens. We make a difference. This is also known as, in short form, as we get stuff done. With this, I'd just like to acknowledge the three pictures that are here. Certainly council played a big role last year in helping us get some new sidewalk snow clearing equipment. Very grateful for that. You've seen on display there. There's a picture of the Dunbrack Greenway, which we're very proud of. And of course, you may have already heard from Shannon, our compliance officers, our parking compliance officers, undertook an e-bike initiative with Halifax and the EAC. So we're very happy to be involved with that. Next slide. I'm certainly very fortunate to be part of a very strong leadership team. Many who have joined me here this morning. TPW is comprised of 5 divisions along with the Cogswell District project. Heading up solid waste resources is Andrew Philopoulos. Parking services is Victoria Horn. Traffic management is currently vacant. Tasso is enjoying retirement. Road operations and construction led by Bev. Project planning and design led by Dave Hubley. And of course, Cogswell District led by John Spinelli. I also wish to acknowledge on this call all the work that goes on behind the scenes. And TPW flows almost $200 million through its annual coffers, and it could not be done without the significant work of the coordinator in my office, Tracy Dixon, who is with us on the call, as well as Marlise Vanderhorst, our financial business partner. They are just simply amazing. I thank them. I just highlight the recruitment for the traffic, Deputy Traffic Authority and Manager of Traffic Management is underway. And it's, as all good things must come to an end, it's with a bit of a heavy heart. I announced to you this morning, I have received Dave Hubley's retirement notice. He'll be leaving us in June. So there's still lots of time to celebrate his career, but just thought I'd mention that for today. So those will be some big shoes to fill going forward. Next slide, please. These next slides just give you a snapshot of everything we have to look after. I'm not going to dwell on these other than to highlight a couple of things. Roadway kilometers to look after. These are lane kilometers. Of course, there's 3,900. Councillor Cleary had asked at the last presentation we made to council, kind of how much are we growing per year? It's varying about 3 to 15 kilometers per year. Last year was only 3, the year before was about 12. So it does bounce up and down a little bit. Of course, this year we're in June 1st, we'll be receiving the road transfer, which is a significant lift, an 8% growth in our overall road network, and we'll be receiving 300 lane kilometers at that time. So I just highlight that as well. In the we're responsible for a significant number of bridges, and we'll be receiving another 19 bridges in that road transfer as well. So next slide. Again, I'll just highlight a couple points here. I've added a new factoid here, the 40-kilometer-hour signs, seeing as that was mentioned, it gets mentioned a lot. We're very proud that we've already got 14 neighborhoods done, but we have a long way to go. I asked staff to give an estimate of how many neighborhoods do you think we have both eligible for the provincial criteria, and then if we were to do all residential streets. So we figure there's 75 eligible neighborhoods, of which we've done 14. And all residential, we figure we got about 190 neighborhoods. Just to give you a sense of signs, we got 311 in the street now, more to come. But if we were to try to do all of the municipality, this would be about another 4,000 signs. The point I'm driving out here is obviously we continue to press for a default 40 speed limit in all residential areas, which would obviously remove the costs associated with this, and obviously ranges over $1 million. So, as well, I'll mention on this slide stormwater catch basins, only because of the events of yesterday. And the significant importance of the stormwater system in HRM, and in particular, keeping the catch basins clear. There's 33,160 catch basins or points of flooding, and that doesn't include, of course, all the open ditching throughout HRM as well. So significant amount of work needs to be done to keep us safe on the roads in order to have that stormwater system moving clearly. Next slide. On this, sorry, one too far. All right, on this slide, I'd just like to highlight a couple pieces of work here. The work on commuter permit spaces. We've gone from 280 last year to adding another 330 commuter spaces, mainly in and around the universities and hospitals, to get to 610. Quite a great piece of work done by Victoria and her team. As well, on the green cards, I'd just like to acknowledge, certainly council be familiar, we've had a couple shortages we're not pleased about. Obviously, we got caught up in supply chain, and it's never a good day when we have to tell residents can't have a green card to function. However, I will want to highlight the work of Youth Live, Youth at Risk in HRM, who undertake this business on our behalf, keep the green cards repaired, inventoried, and delivered. And I will say what we've done in response to this is we're getting ready to make an expansion to their inventory space in order to hold 2,400 carts by the end of this year. That will double the amount of our holdings and obviously keep us in good shape so that if there are supply chain disruptions, we should be able to withstand it based on our pace of growth in the municipality. Next slide. Just highlighting a few of the successes over the last year. We've kind of just taken there's been a lot, so we've just taken a kind of a snapshot. Of course, we awarded the Cogswell District project. Just highlight there, it was a very successful launch, reached over 2.3 million people online. It was very diverse, very grateful to the participation of 902 Man Up and our Indigenous elders. They came at short notice and made it a great event, so thank you. In terms of construction, we tendered 96% of 95.3 millions. That's roads, bridges, and active transportation. Thanks to council for helping us keep up with our staffing. Without that, it's not possible. The thing I'll highlight here, because it was mentioned carry forward in the previous presentation, just be careful. The word carry forward is very misleading. We tender all year round. So while we want to continue to tender earlier and earlier in the season to have a higher level of build in the construction season, the point is we refer to it more of work in progress. What is key is trying to get the work tendered in the year we've budgeted it. And remember, we must have the budget in place from council in order to tender it in the first place. So that's why you're seeing those large amounts of carry forward. But again, part of it's staffing, but a lot of it is process. So just quick update there. In terms of traffic calming, of course, that's a 260%. We did an increase over previous year. We'd only done 30 in the previous year. Council added $1 million, said, can you get her done? And for the most part, we did. We wanted to hit 117 and move every dime of it, but we have 8 streets carried forward into this year. But just want to give a shout out to Sam and Jody, who worked very hard to try and keep up with the demands of council in this area. I think it's important also, given Martin's presentation, we've added the traffic calming infrastructure and road safety countermeasures tracking. Not only do we stand up the website, but we've added it to open data. So we will follow up with Martin later to figure out exactly where they're missing the information, but certainly glad to emphasize any areas that our advocates, who are very important to us, wish to see. So that's good. In terms of winter operations, as you know, we work with council and put in new standards. They're all in place. The biggest change being the transit stops, moving from 48 to 24-hour clearing. And of course, we moved to 2 parking ban zones, which have already been exercised quite significantly in this year to date. We've also implemented the administrative order for active transportation and recreational trails to provide grants, as well as, and thanks to council last night, we also now have a rural AT framework going forward. So thank you very much for that consideration yesterday. Next slide. We supported the COVID business recovery with parking initiatives, everything from merchant validation program, Thursday and Friday afternoon free parking, downtown marketing campaign, curbside management, 15-minute loading, first 15 minutes free, and first ticket forgiveness program, along with special healthcare permits. So Victoria and her team worked hard to try and continue to adapt to the needs on the parking side. And while we don't know, we'll never be able to tell how much of a success it was, we certainly know we gave it everything we had. We've developed and adopted accessible parking standards, which is new for the municipality. We have planted 3,100 trees, thanks to the council adding $1.6 million to our budget last year. This more than doubled our previous year's output. So hats off to the urban foresters and company who worked hard to get these trees into the streets, and we were able to achieve them all. We also commenced the build of the 60,000 ton composting facility that's up and running in Ragged Lake in terms of construction, and we're looking forward to another strong year of construction as we head towards hopefully go live in 2024. In terms of the road network, again, another big accomplishment with council in that council has defined for us where our target hit is for the road pavement network, and it's 67% of the roads are to be in the good category. That really helps us, and also checked off a number of boxes that the auditor had concerns about. So good work there. Next slide. Moving into our key performance indicators, we look closely at the satisfaction survey completed by residents. This is a big guide to us. I'll just highlight a couple here that I think are worth mentioning. Certainly traffic management, that's no surprise to us. You're seeing a significant decline. That is not a surprise. Basically with IMP initiatives moving forward quickly, and with road safety, everything from traffic calming bus lanes, bike lanes, narrow cross sections, and turn restrictions, as we move to prioritize pedestrians and vulnerable road users over cars. You're seeing a dip in satisfaction. You're also seeing a little bit increased congestion as well. So that's leading there. In terms of just highlight the upward trend on cleanliness, litter and graffiti. This was reassuring to us. As you know, council supported us during COVID to bring the graffiti removal in-house, and there were some questions whether that would work. Certainly our results here have kind of reinforced that it seems to be working. So that was good news to us. In terms of solid waste, well, there's not a statistical change here. In other words, that's not a significant change. What I want to highlight, though, is remember council did remove bi-weekly blue bags. So if there was to be a big dip, it did not occur. So that's a bit reassuring that move may have been very effective in saving money. So it saved the municipality about $800,000. In terms of parking services, well, there's just been a whole lot of change and a whole lot more enforcement. So we do expect to see a dip in satisfaction there. And of course, our strong increase in bike lanes and cycling facilities, although it's not moving as fast, I think, as anybody would want, it is reassuring to see the satisfaction increasing there. So next slide. Here, we just have a few parking service KPIs. We keep a close eye on our service requests being closed within standard. You can see high achievement there at 98.4%, and that's despite COVID challenges. So very good there. In terms of parking session data, I just think it's significant to show kind of the payment types and the way that's working out. So with the technology going in the street, you can see that coins are now down to less than 10% of the entire payments. And it's good to see the mobile app, the most efficient way of doing this, and allows us to do all kinds of things with the parking system. It's good to see we're seeing 52 or over 50% of users of the system are using the app. So that's great. And then, of course, school zone proactive patrols in response to council's focus on school zones. The parking team stepped up here and did 204 proactive patrols from April to December of this year. I will highlight that we are proposing in this budget to put in a permanent team to focus in this area. So I'll get to that in a second. Obviously, we work close with police on this. Next slide. Well, I think Martin stole some of my thunder. So what I'll highlight here is, we're not where we want to be yet. Obviously, the goal is to get toward, in our Vision Zero, we wanted to get 20% reduction in 5 years. The end of the measurement will be the end of 2023, so we have 2 years to go. We're at 16.1% reduction. However, asterisk here because of COVID, we do have reduced traffic volumes compared to the baseline. However, at times, those traffic volumes have certainly exceeded the baseline traffic volumes. So, we believe we're making good progress. It's really hard to tell without that kind of straight, steady traffic volumes, but certainly seems promising. And I'll also highlight this data does involve all collisions within the provincial and municipal road rights of way. It's very important because when you're looking at data from other cities, many cities only will report for the roads they manage. In other words, they won't report on the provincial roads within their boundaries. So this is, we do it a little bit different here to make sure we're all inclusive and we're looking at everything and trying to influence everything. So I'll just highlight that. Yeah, I think that's all I'll say here. Next slide. Again, backing up what Mr. Williams had to say, there's the data within the data. And of course, pedestrian fatal injury and collisions is not moving in the same kind of progress as overall collisions. So we are concerned about that. And I'll show you later in the presentation what some of the steps we're taking here. Obviously, we are concerned and there will be an increased focus here. In terms of just if you're looking at fatality data, just for your own reference, there were 4 fatalities in 18, 4 fatalities in 19, 2 fatalities in 2020, and 3 in 2021. Of course, we wish none of these to happen. That's what we're all about in trying to prevent these. So I'll come back to this in a bit. Next slide. This slide's very busy and basically shows you the, sorry, I just got to move something on my screen. Shows you basically all of the, not all, but a good snapshot of kind of how we've been growing and really pressing on the amount of measures we're putting in the street year over year. So starting with leading pedestrian intervals, as mentioned by Mr. Williams, of course, we're looking to increase our annual output there by 30% next year and going with 20. Rectangular rapid flashing beacons, we've scheduled 27. Of course, I'll come back to council's request for us to consider going even harder on that. And we do have a briefing note, and quite frankly, staff agrees that we should push harder here if council's willing to help us with the funding. I'll come to that a little bit later in my presentation. But as it is, we've got planned for a 60% increase in output next year. In terms of the accessible pedestrian signals, looking at 150% increase there moving forward, to put in 15. Speed display signs, we're going to add another 15 to the inventory. And as you know, we've recommended to you our speed display guidelines, and in fact, moving them semi-annually. You've already seen some of those moved in the streets already and having impact. So thank you for your continued support there. Traffic calm streets, of course, what we did as a result of council's decision last year to add $1 million, we just went ahead and built $1 million more into our capital plan for traffic calm streets. That will net 92 streets this year. There'll be about 50 done through the standalone program and about another 40 through our complete streets approach with our road construction program. Obviously, you're seeing a little bit of a dip in the number for the same amount of money. Part of that is we're doing a little tougher program. We're getting in some of the areas that require a little more spend. We're also getting into speed tables, which are a little more expensive, and we're seeing inflation. So the money is not going quite as far. And then of course, 40-kilometer neighborhoods, we're planning at least another 7 next year. As you know, we have to apply to the province and get permission for these. So we'll continue to push as much as we can there. And advanced yield lines at crosswalks. This is something that we just haven't had a chance to, with everything going on with COVID, this is one that we haven't had a chance to fully evaluate. Once we have, you'll see us probably move more aggressively on that in our inventory. So next slide. So moving on to kind of key initiatives for IMP in terms of improving road safety, which is IMP Action 4. Next big step for us with coming to the end of this phase of Towards Zero, or our 20% reduction goal, we need to develop the next 5-year plan. So we intend to do that, start that work next year for implementation in 23-24. Obviously, all the traffic measures I just mentioned, we'll be implementing those. We also intend to continue to expand our pilot work in this area. And so we're going to be trialing and evaluating speed cushions. It's just a picture there on the screen. What a speed cushion is, it's basically like a speed table, only it's got brakes in between. This is to allow wider vehicles like buses and emergency vehicles to flow through uninhibited, while yet a car wheelbase will have to go over the hump. And so we're going to give that a go, trial it in-house like we have our other vertical measures, and to garner the support of obviously emergency services and transit, and see if we can use this going forward. So next year is an evaluation year on that. In terms of implementation plan for school zones, in terms of traffic calming, we'll basically take a comprehensive look at everything remaining and come up with a plan to implement. And in terms of, as I said earlier, we're going to we've proposed a new parking enforcement unit to dedicated school zones and beach areas, which has become a very high priority for council over the past year. Next slide. Continuing on with road safety, I've already mentioned the semi-annual speed display sign program, so we'll be moving forward with that aggressively. We'll be continuing all of our signalized intersection improvements from the safety reviews, video analysis, and near misses as well. And so to speak to Mr. Williams' comments, obviously this one is big. We don't have a lot of time to get into everything that this involves, but it does involve a lot of what it is focused on intersections first and foremost, just to ensure council. One, we are making safety progress at intersections. For example, in our baseline year, we had 11 fatalities and 815 collisions, injury collisions. That was in the year, that's in our baseline year, which is a blend of 18 and 19. So that's 11 and 815. Fast forward to 2021 to date, and again to date, because these have to be closed police files, we're down to 3 fatalities and 351 fatal and injury collisions. So we are making progress at intersections. However, I stress intersections are still our biggest area for conflict and continue to be a big piece of our work. Obviously, some of the things we're looking at, signal timing for all red clearance phases, which allows all the cars to clear the intersection. We're looking at protected left turn signal phasing, the LPIs, which gives pedestrians a head start into the intersection so cars can see them. We'll be looking at right turn on red restrictions, and we're also looking to pilot. We're looking at Toronto. They're trying something called center line hardening. What that is, if you think about it, it's like a little speed bump that guides the left-hand turn so that you don't have such a sweeping, quick left-hand turn. It causes a tighter, slower turn. We're looking at that and see how it will perform over winter, and possibly adding that to our inventory of measures. So lots going on with road safety. Next slide. In the interest of time, I'm not going to cover this slide. You just a couple of weeks ago got this slide in your deck when we talked about the road infrastructure. But just to recap, the red line that you're seeing there is the increased investment. The yellow line is the declining pavement quality index. And of course, the black lines are the amount of lane kilometers paved. And like we said, based on past investment, the PQI, or pavement quality index, will continue to decline in the short term. However, we're very grateful Council has taken the initial steps to add $9 million proposed to our road construction budget in order to start to change that outcome. Next slide. So we've quickly adapted and we'll start reporting now that Council has very clearly laid out our target level of service, which is 67% of the roads will be in good condition by 2030. We'll start to report on an annual basis our poor fare and good inventory. So you can see here where right now we're at 61.1% in the good. So we've got a little ways to go. Next slide. Potholes. So I'll pause here. Already taking the action, we'll absolutely get both a quick briefing out to Council and some communication out to citizens on how potholes work, but very timely, especially for new councillors who haven't had the benefit of a couple warm winters. We have not had the freeze-thaw cycles, and you can kind of see that in the data. You see in 2020, it was 1,264 identified, 2021, 779. I can tell you 2022 will be an absolute explosion, as you're witnessing in the streets now. The freeze-thaw cycles have been weekly. They've been drastic, from +5 to -14. That causes roads to really pop and create very significant potholes in some cases. But you can see certainly a lot of shallow potholes, which is a reflection of the paving program. We're doing a lot of patching. We're doing a lot of overlays, and so you're getting it's popping the coating above the coating, if you will. And so here I'm just showing a picture of the Main Street heave that happens. And just to explain a little bit about how it gets repaired, there is this thought that, hot recycled asphalt during winter time, because of course the asphalt plants are closed. We have something called a hot box that you may see towed by our team or by contractors. There's hot and there's cold asphalt patching. Basically, the cold allows us to move very swiftly. We can deploy very quickly and patch. Either way, whether it's hot or cold, doesn't really matter. You're just trying to get to the spring. The other thing you need to know about pothole repair in the winter, obviously, unlike the summer where you can build a little bit proud of or above the road surface and have it settle in, obviously in the winter, because of plow blades, we have to settle that pothole below the surface, which of course attracts more water and causes it not to be as durable. So the whole goal is to keep the road safe till the spring. And so obviously a lot of potholes out there now. The other thing to know about potholes, it's not a street by street basis in the winter. We have to be very careful to adhere to our standards. And as you see, priority 1 potholes are 8 centimeters or greater in depth. And we have to repair those on arterials within 7 days, minor collectors within 14 days. and local streets within 30 days, and we must meet those standards. In a situation where demand on potholes exceeds supply of labor to get there, we have to focus on priority one. So you will see crews purposely go out and go past potholes on the street that are not priority one, because we have to get those priority ones done. Because of course, the good news about service standards is they keep us focused. The bad news about service standards, if we don't hit them, we attract liability on behalf of the ratepayers. Thank you. Next slide. So lots going on here, current and planned initiatives in terms of furthering with respect to integrated mobility. Obviously, we're preparing for the road transfer in June. The part I'll highlight here is that this involves new snow contracts. Those snow contracts will finally complete all of our contracts. Snow contracts will be what we call combined snow contracts, whereby the roads and the sidewalks are done by the same contractor. This helps to reduce those conflicts you see where one contractor is pushing it from the road into the sidewalk and vice versa. So by having it all in combined, we see better cooperation and better outcomes there. So we're very happy to see that. In doing so, and the reason why there was a delay in getting there is because the new provincial transfer areas will be combined into those contracts. So looking forward to that. And also worth noting is those contracts will probably be the first very significant contracts that will encompass living wage. I'll speak a little more on that later. As we said to council, we'll work on a target level of service for sidewalk maintenance, just like we did for roads. We want to improve the new sidewalk candidate selection. It's clear that council wants to make progress here. If indeed you do move forward and put more in the capital plan, we want to make sure we've got a sidewalk candidate selection process that matches IMP goals and objectives, which is not dissimilar to what you saw us do with traffic calming a little bit earlier this year when we brought you the report to redesign the traffic calming AO, administrative order. Obviously, we'll continue with our bridge maintenance inspections and recommendations. The next one is the zebra crosswalks. So what we've been doing, we've talked a lot to council about durable markings. They're very expensive. However, we've only been including them in our capital projects. So next year we hope to develop a program for you that starts to look at our existing paint inventory in high conflict areas, such as zebra crosswalks, and move to a thermoplastic product in lieu of painting. And that's, of course, to keep durability year-round and high visibility. So we're really looking forward to this as part of improving our pedestrian safety, and we'll get that done next year. In terms of the non-accepted streets, many councillors are waiting for that work. Of course, you gave us $400,000 last year to do that work. It got, I can advise the legal team has now started. They were a little bit held up in terms of getting help to undertake the title search, but they are now up and running. Title searches are underway. And then once the title searches are done, the next step is our team comes in and does the surveying. So more to come on that throughout the year. We'll keep council posted. We want to complete the review and update of the encroachment bylaw. This is key to enabling really efficiency in the streets, making sure that our partners, utilities, province, and everyone else who cuts the street is in the street when we go with our road construction, obviously with a significant expanding inventory of road construction going forward. It's very important that we work in harmony with our partners as much as possible to reduce both costs to citizens resulting from the work and to improve quality of life. We can't really afford to go down the street, pave it clean, and then have utilities come in and start cutting. And that cutting directly leads to pothole generation. So we need a lot more work on the streets bylaw to help influence that outcome. And finally, we'll bring forward a report on revising the parking bylaw to introduce minimum and maximum time and day pricing structures. That's best practice for municipalities who run the parking technology that we have. It's basically a way of moving to supply and demand pricing structures while reducing red tape. So more to follow on that by way of a report later this year. Next slide. Okay. In turn, just giving a snapshot of some key projects. Of course, you're well aware of Cogswell, Windsor Street Exchange will be into preliminary design. Burnside Business Park, this is a big one, $34 million construction of phase 13.1. It's basically 3.3 kilometers of streets, opens up 120 acres, allows for $40 million in lot sales, generating about 130 million in commercial assessment and $4.6 million in property tax. So a very big project we look to deliver on. Important one for economic development. Dutch Village Road, you see there, we're looking to tender in 22-23 and construct in 23-24. So that's an IMP multimodal corridor as well. We just didn't add it, but Bears Road Phase 2 is also running on that timeline. Of course, we've got the downtown Dartmouth infrastructure renewal. We hope to tender that. We're into significant design review right now. For this one, this is the extension of Dundas Street, is the first phase of this. Very big project and will be complex. So we, like I say, our minimum goal is to tender that, if not more. Lady Hammond Bridge, Jubilee Road Bridge, all looking at rehabs. Caldwell Road, a big one. That's rehabilitation with a multi-use path. Kane Street is a big one. I know Councillor Hensby is waiting for. Again, recapitalization with sidewalk. So it's a big project. And again, we're just doing snapshots here. And of course, what we're going to do is take a shot. You've heard us talk about it. Raised crosswalks. You've heard advocates talk about it. So we're looking at raised crosswalks in a few areas to try out this year, basically in school and playground locations. We are having some problems with the designs and retrofitting them to our existing streets. However, we feel we'll be successful in a couple areas getting that design implemented. I might also flag here that I know a lot of people are waiting for key projects from the province. We are in discussions with the province around two key roundabouts. Lancaster Woodland roundabout, we're looking at possibly seeing a tender in 22 and delivery in 23-24. Likewise, Burnside at Akerley, so part of the 107 expansion. We're looking at a roundabout there, potentially subject to agreement. And those will be big. So the key thing I want to drive out here is I know council, you can see what's starting to really grow here is we've got a lot of construction coming. Staff is ramping up accordingly. 22-23 by construction will be one of our biggest years, but it's honestly going to be the warm-up year for 24, 25, and 26. They are going to be very, very big construction years, significant disruption. But of course, we'll be detour planning a lot and making sure that we're maintaining flow as best as we possibly can through all these projects, but a lot of construction to come. Next slide. I think most, of course, you just had a bit of a briefing on this yesterday with the AAA bike network continues to be a big focus of our work. Again, not easy retrofitting into an older city. However, we're getting her done. And thanks to council support on Almond Street. That's a big piece to get rolling with this year, as you can see in this list. I won't go through all these in detail other than to say that, another big piece is been working with Halifax Harbor Bridges closely to get the bikeway connections rolling for the bridge. As well, I'll highlight, we're looking at, and this has been brought up by council before, we're looking at a AAA bikeway quick build tactical approach where we can try and get more of the network stood up, albeit in a less permanent nature than perhaps the cyclists would want, but it would get more of the build out there and in use. So we're taking a hard look at that and see if we can get more kilometers faster. And of course, we're also going to look at a marketing campaign around getting the bikeways promoted and in use. Finally, as you determined last night, we'll be getting on with the rural active transportation sidewalk program for implementation in 23-24. Big piece of work. Glad to have that one, your direction on that. Thank you. So the next slide, moving on to our environmental portfolio. Council asked us to reset the financial expenditures to achieve 75% of the original UFMP or Urban Forest Master Plan target. We've done that and we're on track. We've got money in our budget for another 31 trees this year, and we will continue to do that to hit that target. Obviously, that brings us, that comes to an end in 2023. You'll see later, I'll talk about UFMP 2.0 as we look forward to the next phase of the Urban Forest Master Plan. Next slide. The slide just reinforces something that Council's very familiar with. Obviously, this represents our diversion. Still very much a leader in Canada, although perhaps not the leader. The next step with this is moving forward with extended producer responsibility. Once that legislation comes from the province, we'll undertake a major system review of the solid waste system, which will be the next big kind of jump for Halifax. Next slide. Likewise, we keep an eye on disposal rate. Basically, there is a new provincial objective that came out of the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, and that's basically to get the disposal rate to no more than 300 kilograms per person per year by 2030. Right now, HRM sits at 362 per person. Obviously, on one hand, it's a long way to go. We've got to drop another 62 per person by 2030. However, obviously the province plays a huge role in this. As you can see, the provincial average there is 399. So doing well relative to the province, but we're going to need help with some legislation in order to gain that goal. And of course, our solid waste system review will play a big role in this. Next slide. Continuing on with environmental priorities. Thanks to council support, we got our illegal dumping and litter bylaw in front of council and approved. That's led to an advertising campaign that will continue this year. We'll continue education and outreach, in this case for students. We are moving forward. I apologize. This is litter application implementation. It's really, it's an app. Essentially, we're looking to get our hands on an app that will really help and citizens engage on litter reduction. That's quite exciting. Looking forward to announcements. We're working with procurement now on what that may look like. So there's some promising pieces there to help with our litter campaign. And then, of course, we'll continue the enhanced enforcement. I'd also like to highlight that as of April 1st, that's when drive-throughs required by bylaw. We'll start enforcing the bylaw and ensure that they have proper waste receptacles at the locations. That also, we know that a significant amount of litter through COVID has come from the drive-through. And so we're looking forward to having them be part of the solution. Of course, we'll continue on with our pet waste pilot projects in municipal parks. We got it up and running this year. You can see a pic. We'll be evaluating what that project tells us going forward for our solid waste system. That's what we'll be doing this year. Next slide. Moving into administrative priorities. Big one for us this year, you've heard me talk about it before, is you get a very detailed in-year capital program. In fact, we break it down by a district, and we sit down and we review with you all the roads and traffic calming in your area. What we need to do, though, is move this into a detailed multi-year plan. That'll be key to moving forward and making sure that our road partners, those folks that work in the road with us, mainly the utilities, that they can see a long enough line of sight and they can align their plans to be in the street with us. So this is a key piece moving forward. This is also key to advising industry very clearly of what's coming, so that they can also line up their their resources accordingly and adjust their capacities for what's coming. In terms of curbside management policy, I think council's very familiar with this, but we'll be moving to develop that policy and put a lot of effort here. But of course, the curbside, both through COVID and as a result of IMP, we're redesigning our streets and along with it, the way we use the curb, everything from Uber, accessible parking, time of day loading, film industry use, curbside pickup, all these things require a very robust and flexible curbside management policy. So that work will advance this year. I've highlighted here the Spring Garden Road. Of course, it's great the project's done. It does bring with it some enhanced maintenance requirements. And so we're ready to get on with what that brings to us. So we're prepared to receive that road and take proper care of it. And of course, I don't want to leave off here the importance as we head towards the provincial road takeover. We will be getting back to council with basically the way the roles and responsibilities and communications will work around ditch maintenance. This continues to be an ongoing aggravation for a number of councillors. We hope to bring some resolution and relief there. Next slide. So again, I'll dance across here, just pick some highlights. So we're not the biggest player in the Halifax deliverables, but we do deliver on a fair number of things. So of course, you're very aware of the new composting facility. That's a big piece of getting to net zero municipal operations. Greenhouse gas emissions. Our contract with Highland Energy to produce electricity there is coming to an end. There's just not enough gas to produce electricity, so we need to come up with another way of mitigating greenhouse gas. We'll be getting underway with that work. The developed greenhouse gas models of existing solid waste systems, that's important. That's part of our baseline work to understand where we are now and where we need to go with the greenhouse gas signature of solid waste. So that's an important benchmark. And then of course, we'll also be working in-house. We're expected to be leaders here in HRM, so solid waste is partnering up with municipal facilities to review their practices and making sure that we're doing our part to reduce both waste and diversion. In terms of green recycling technologies, I think council knows we're working on information for recycling asphalt and concrete. In terms of our parking bylaws, will be coming forth to introduce electric vehicle charging permits as well. What I will highlight here on these Halifax slides is we're also responsible. We put a footnote here. This does not include relevant capital expenditures. So we didn't go into great detail about, one of our major pieces is expanding the active transportation network council. You're very familiar with this, so we didn't go into great depth here. So next slide. In terms of green government operations, that's our big move, is to get the TOR, the terms of reference, ready for the solid waste strategy review, get that in front of council and be ready to go when the EPR legislation rolls out. That is the current direction of council, and we're preparing accordingly. In terms of natural areas and green infrastructure, as I said earlier, we'll move forward with Urban Forest Master Plan 2.0. That is funded from the Halifax funds. We'll also be exploring a private tree pilot program. And this was considered under IMP. So this is basically, this has had mixed reviews in different cities. And so more and more cities are starting to gravitate towards this. So we're going to give it a go. We do have a staff member with familiarity with this program. We're very pleased about that. So this is basically engaging private citizens with a tree giveaway program. We're looking at investing about $100,000 in this, but more to follow as we unpack the details. But that has been planned in our budget. And of course, also important with any work is, of course, the baseline work, and we're going to continue our street inventory this year, focused on districts 5 and 6. Next slide. Diversity inclusion. Always pleased to bring forth what we're doing here. essentially last year, we used this slide to say we're getting on with doing work with temporary traffic control signs. And last year, we really ended up being in education. We moved out new additional regulations with the industry, regulating the height. We consider that phase to be closed, the education phase. We continue to work closely with the province, but we are moving into a compliance phase and assembling a team to understand just exactly what that's going to look like. Because the problem continues, that's very clear, and we need to have an enforcement approach to bring it into line, especially with the expanding construction throughout the city. Again, last night, thank you. We'll be moving forward with the Pan-African Crosswalk Art Pilot Program with the D&I team. We'll be completing an audit of our existing on-street accessible parking spaces. We'll be, as I said earlier, we'll be upgrading 15 more signalized intersections with our APS signals. And as well, what's not on the slide, and certainly Councillor Mancini will likely ask, we'll be bringing forward our report on bilingual stop signs. I'll just highlight, I have no funds aside for this. We're not anticipating this to be a big expense. I'll also highlight here that, sorry, I left it off slides, is very significant. The social procurement policy in terms of tenders is now live. So basically, as we tender, it's no longer low bid only. There is a social value component to our tender awards. And so industry has been briefed, and we'll be moving forward with that. So you may hear a bit about that as we get launched. As well, we've put in a little slide here just showing you the accessible parking tickets issue. So even though we've had COVID behavior, be it reduced staff availability and reduced vehicles in the downtown and elsewhere, as you can see, we continue to press hard on accessible parking tickets. Okay, enough of what we're going to do. Let's talk about how much it costs. Next slide. So I won't go into great detail here. I'll focus on two numbers right at the bottom of your screen. And that is our current 21-22 projections of 94.8 million. You will notice that's $2.5 million more than the current budget. So when we worked to assemble the 22-23, we were already working from a bit of a hole. Now that is primarily relating to parking revenues mostly, and also costs associated with Otter Lake and the FEP issue. And I'll drill into that a little bit more for the balance of my presentation. So the other number to concentrate on here, of course, is the year-over-year lift. So our budget is proposing another $8.7 million, but I'll unpack that a little more in the next slides. Next slide, please. Okay, this just breaks it out by service area. Again, happy to take questions on this, but you can see the largest increase being in road operations construction. That is directly a result of the road transfer. Next slide. So staffing. Again, do my best to be brief. So essentially 29 positions, 5 were approved mid-year as part of the CAO's authority, and they were mainly positions, they were right-of-way positions, and other positions required to keep pace with development. Of course, everything, as development moves faster, we have to keep up because we can't get in the way. So permitting is a big piece as well, trying to keep up with the changes demanded from IMP. So that's what that package of folks was about. Obviously, the 23.4 additional positions, the bulk of that is the road transfer. So I'll just focus there. Basically, we're looking at 18 positions more this year to support the road transfer, but that's a net of 14 because we are eliminating 10 winter seasonal positions. So that's a net of 14 positions to support the road transfer. I'll just highlight because I think councillors will want to know. It does seem like a lot, but in fact, we're a little worried that it's not enough. And how we get there is we've had an 8% growth in our road network. We've only requested a 5.6% increase in staffing. And that's despite the distance, which is a big factor here. Both areas are at the extreme ends of the municipality, so travel time is a big factor in our work. We also got the condition of the assets that's a concern to us. And of course, we encounter some span of control issues is when we continue to push frontline staff, that stresses the span of control on our existing supervisors and managers. We've had to do some work there. So teams worked hard to get this number as low as we think is reasonable. And so that's the recommendation there. In terms of, for those that are trying to compare year over year, I will say our 21-22 budget FTE of 371.3. You will not be able to see that in past slides. One, because that's in last year, that's the draft budget, not the final budget, but more importantly, last year, the finance did not require us to report capital positions. This year we are. So that's why you're seeing a bit different number. Long story short, about $2.2 million proposed in operating budget to support FTEs. Moving on to next slide. We'll see how this all stacks up in terms of the changes. So, like I said, there's an $8.8 million requested, but I think I want to just show you some of the numbers in here so you get a sense of the deficit we work from, because this is kind of unfair and doesn't show the work that the team has done. So when you go down here, so of the new positions, $1.2 million is related to the road transfer. When you get to then we got things that are beyond our control, like diversion credits. So that's $700,000. Then we get into a change in budgeting under other budget adjustments. That's the increase in state of good repair. So what finance has recommended is moving that from capital to operating. So that shows up as a hit to our budget. And actually that number is more like 4.3, 300,000 of it is in the road transfer number a little bit below. So we've got 4 million there. We've got our increases in contracted services, which, you know, at the end of the day, there's nothing new there. That's just the new cost of the services. And that already factors in the money saved from the blue bag service reduction. And we've got the road transfer, everything other than the staff involved there. So when you add up, and then of course, and at the bottom, transfer of summary offense ticket revenue to fiscal services. This is just general summary offense ticket revenue that comes from other departments. It was kind of transferred to ours from planning and development, and this is better managed than fiscal services. Transfer that out. So where I'm going with this is when you factor in a $2.5 million current deficit and potentially growing, when you factor in all these big components, which we don't have a lot of control over, we were working from a point of $17 million hole that we had to dig out of. And so I just want to highlight the team's done a very good job rearranging funding, finding efficiencies where we can to bring it back to 8.7 increase. As well, I'll just highlight the only real discretionary programs that are in here are, again, we talked about the proactive school beach enforcement unit and the, sorry, I don't think I mentioned it enough, vegetation management. We're having problems keeping up with the vegetation management. Of course, everybody should know that has grass. Last year was very good growth here. We have a lot of vegetation issues protruding into our right of way that need attention. So I've allocated $150,000 additional. Well, actually a new line to support vegetation management of $150,000. Make sure that we attack that backlog of requests. So that's hopefully that gives you a good snapshot of how we get to the new overall budget of $101 million. Next slide. Options under budget, we were asked to, dig and find different examples of what we could do. I'm not going to go into each of these in any detail. basically our selection criteria. So some of the things you see here, like household special waste program, we would not recommend reducing it. However, we put it on here because it was a kind of last in, first out. You approved it last year to expand. Of course, you could choose not to continue with it. Likewise, we've got the overnight sweeping enforcement or parking ban enforcement were all added last year, so we put them in there as options. We've also looked at parking tickets. Again, I want to be clear, there's nothing here in a COVID recovery year that we'd really recommend at this time, but we wanted to make sure that we were showing some of the possibilities. Of course, there's much more than this, but we're just giving you a snapshot. The bottom item is an outstanding request to the province on parking violations that pertain to primarily safety issues, everything from accessible parking violations to fire hydrants, etc. Basically, the province, as part of their work on the Traffic Safety Act, want to consult more with the balance of the province, because if they make changes here, obviously it affects the whole province. So we don't anticipate seeing any uptake there in the near future. But I thought I would flag it so council knows we're continuing to push on that. Next slide, options over budget. Again, the only one here that we're just giving you a flavor of things that we're dealing with. So, of course, you're very familiar with Councillor Morris' motion supported by council to look at the expansion of the $7.5 million to the sidewalk program. That would require us to, we've done the work that we'll bring back a briefing note for the BAL process, but that would require us to on-ramp 3 staff in this year in order to be ready to take that on. So I'm just highlighting that. Of course, council has already approved $9 million for street recap. That leaves, we've just flagged that we've recommended 17 million for 23-24. So it's kind of 8 million hanging out there that we're not 100% sure where we're going to land with council next year, but that's left us, we need to on-ramp staff in order to deliver to that level. My plan in both of these cases is if council moves forward with the capital money is to pay for the capital positions out of those capital funds. So in other words, not impacting your operating budget considerations. Means the capital money doesn't go quite as far, but it really helps council continue to hold the line on operating while getting the job done on capital. So I just thought I'd flag that. The basic crosswalk upgrade program, obviously staff in seeing the freshly updated pedestrian data for the annual year, we're very much in support of moving forward. We've got a $200,000 a BAL list item prepared for you. Look forward to debating it at that time. I will state here, though, if we can't find additional funds, I think it's serious enough that we recommend a reshift in our own budget lines in order to make it happen. The rest of the items are just really awareness items. The proactive vegetation management program. We do not, a lot of people think we have one. We don't. So we do not proactively go through the streets and clear the right of way of instructions for signs and for other hazards. So we just flag that as we go forward and we take on the provincial areas. This may be an expectation coming down the road. In terms of the road safety strategy, I just really want to highlight here that our intention is to do that in-house, the next phase of it. However, because again, we're trying to save as much money as we can. That said, if council wanted it to be done by a third party, we need funding for that. And then photo enforcement. Yeah, sorry, I didn't speak much about that. We're bringing forward a report for you on hopefully March 1st to go over our findings there. Significant findings. However, in speaking with the province, they're not going to be prepared to move on this as quickly, and therefore we have not budgeted for an aggressive approach to this just yet. In other words, we don't want to take on the cost of a dedicated project lead without a very clear way forward with the province and the legislation and the back-end technology that would then cause us to ramp up a team and go aggressive. So just highlighting that. Finally, parking initiatives, I spoke of that at the beginning. We have not budgeted for any parking initiatives for part of this COVID recovery, and so we look forward to council's guidance on that, whether you want to make further investments there. Next slide. Almost there. Appreciate your patience. Two risks I want to highlight here. One is Otter Lake notice of early termination. As you know, we have an application into the province as directed by council to mothball the front end processor and waste stabilization facility at Otter Lake. While we were in process, that required us to increase the costs of managing the landfill to about $180 a ton, which caused a significant increase to our budget. And you saw that in the contracting numbers that I presented earlier. What we have budgeted for is until December. We are anticipating, so basically the way our budget is set up, we anticipate a positive response from the province, which means that we would not need to pay ongoing costs. In other words, if we do get approval, that means our costs decrease at Otter Lake if we're allowed to mothball it, and therefore the numbers would stay at around 125 a ton, and that would save us funds going forward. That said, if that decision is not concluded by December, or we receive notice of early termination from Mirror, Nova Scotia, we would be on the hook for another $550,000 for that last quarter of the year, and then going forward. So that's a high potential number. Another number that I'm concerned about is contract inflation. As I said, we're moving forward with the first round of large snow contracts that will involve living wage. We have allocated about 5% for inflation. We remain very hopeful that competitiveness will keep it in that realm. However, I'll just highlight for every 1% that we've missed in our contingency. So in other words, if we hit 6%, that'll be $85,000 and so on. So it's about $85,000 per percentage point that if we're off in our estimates. So with that, I'd like to conclude with just a picture that we're very proud of. Next slide. That is from the launch of Cogswell District Project, and I thank the mayor and I thank all the councillors who attended, made it a great event. And this is Elder Alan Knockwood, and I can't say enough about the diverse representation that we received at very short notice. The support was great, and the launch was successful as a result. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Stand by to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad, for that in-depth presentation. I really appreciate it. We do have a list of speakers who are interested in asking questions, and Councillor Mancini is at the head of that list. Councillor, do you have the motion ready?
I do, Mr. Chair. I'll put the following motion on the floor: that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to incorporate the Transportation and Public Works proposed 2022-23 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying report dated February 2nd, 2022, and supporting presentation into the draft 2022-23 operating budget. So move.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
The second by Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
So, Brad, thank you for the presentation. Not much going on in your department. Pretty quiet.
No, sir. Never. We're pretty bored here. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, first of all, I would like to acknowledge, and you did it in your opening, to Dave Hubbley. When I first got elected, a lot of learning, still learning every day, and I learned a lot about asphalt I never thought I would ever learn, but he was always gracious, always calm. When I asked him to go visit a site, even though we know we couldn't do anything on that street, always there. So Dave, congratulations to you. Thank you for holding my hand and many of my colleagues' hands, and look forward to hearing what retirement looks like. So well done, Dave. Where do I start? Man, I got a ton here. So you alluded to the Traffic Safety Act and waiting on the province. I know you have your report. You're saying coming back on March 1st. You have in the photo enforcement budget lead. But where are we with the province? Because a year ago, we thought this Traffic Safety Act was going to be here this year. And we're going to be setting up, and you were being proactive and going to go start doing all the work so that we can, when we get the thumbs up, we can start installing it. But now I'm hearing through the grapevine 2 to 3 years. So is that correct? Is that what you're hearing, that it's 2 to 3 years before the province is going to make the decision on photo radar and speed radar?
It's a long answer, so I didn't know whether you wanted to, I'll try to keep it short, but did you want to stick another question there before I?
Well, I'll come back.
Okay.
We're a committee of the whole, so I think this is one many of my colleagues want to hear.
Okay, fair enough. So thank you. So quick answer is, so we've concluded the work with the consultant. We're getting our report together and we're bringing it back to council. I will say the province did work with us on this. They were part of our committee. And so we're getting ready to bring the results back to them too. We will be doing that before March 1st. I will also say at March 1st, we're also trying to make sure the consultants are on hand for you as well. So you can speak to the folks who have done it, right? We're the first to say as a staff, we don't have all the expertise here, but the consultant was great and we've got good advice. So to the province. Look, what I do know is they've done an assessment of the regulations that were done several years back. I can't remember exactly what year. They're quite old. They're almost a decade old, but they weren't proclaimed at that time. And so it was naively thought that that could just be proclaimed. They've come back to us and said, no, they're not going to, based on the work we've done, as well as their own work, those aren't going to hold up. So there's going to have to be a new set of regulations done. So now this gets into the bigger picture of the movement of the Traffic Safety Act and the movement of the technology, which is known as the GEN system. We are all waiting with bated breath to understand just how long this is going to take, both the Traffic Safety Act regulations, which are on a course, and also the back-end systems of the province to support it. Certainly, we now know the RFP for the back-end system is on the street for the province. That could take a number of years to complete, 4 to 5. The regulations, as you know, they've done a lot of work gathering the regulation input. HRM was a huge contributor in that. And so, and we continue to be at the table as they develop the regulations. What we don't know is what we can do just yet with the photo enforcement. And the unknown here is there is a pilot legislation that allows them to undertake a five-year pilot program. And so this is the piece that we're looking to explore with them to get very definitive on whether we can move this forward or not. And we will do that over the course of the next months and the next fiscal year. And it's basically why I'm saying to council, I'm not recommending you a wholesale investment just at this time in terms of the project office, because I just don't know quite yet where we're going to land, and I don't want to burn funds on it. Now, what I will say, the consultant is recommending it's needed here. It will be effective here, which is, of course, something we all know. But yeah, hopefully I nailed it for you.
Well, I guess what's interesting is the pilot legislation, which I haven't heard from before. That's the first time I heard about it. But it is concerning that if we don't do something within this pilot legislation, we potentially could be, we could be 2-3 years out. And so, I mean, all along we've been chatting with our residents about their concerns and safety concerns about speeding, and every one of us. And our hope was, the proclaimed new Traffic Safety Act. So, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if there's something we should be doing is is this the time for the politicians to get involved to help? And so, look, my time is up. I'll come back. I do want to follow up. My next question is with Otter Lake and an update. And but my time is up. So I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. I'll add you to the list next time. Councillor Blackburn, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Brad, thank you so very much. I mean, you can tell in the ease which you make these presentations, that you've got your finger on the pulse of everything that's going on in TPW. So it's so appreciated. Thank you. And also want to add my comments to wish Dave Hughley well. Everything I know about the science of roadworks is because of Dave Hughley. So I wish him all the best in this next chapter. A couple of questions for you, Brad. Just wondering, are we seeing some challenges with snow removal contracts this year? I'm, hearing complaints from folks who have never called me in the past. I'm just wondering if you're getting similar feedback. Also looking for an update on the status of the program to pave the remaining HRM gravel roads. I think it was like back in 2017, we voted to pave the rest of the HRM owned roads. I think at that time there were 64 or 65 of them that were still on the list. And just wondering where that program stands. And finally, looking at marked crosswalks along roads that don't have sidewalks. I know that that's the Canadian standard that we lean on, that marked crosswalks can only go on roads where there is a sidewalk on either side. And wondering if there's any plans to relook at how we interpret that Canadian standard, only because we have so many roads in the suburban/rural areas of the municipality that don't meet that standard, but more than meet the criteria for a marked crosswalk. And thinking in particular about Beaverbank Road, where we just have one marked crosswalk along that entire stretch of road, and numerous calls to increase the number of marked crosswalks. So just wondering if you could comment on those questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and just sharing. I have learned a ton from Dave as well, and we'll miss him dearly. In terms of, I'm going to just put Bev on notice to just, I am not aware, certainly we have complaints, but I'm not aware of anything abnormal. So I'm just going to ask Bev to prepare to comment at the end of my other two questions here. So gravel roads, paving gravel roads in HRM, they remain unfunded. And that's just basically because of all the priorities we have to balance and the significant deficit we have on the existing pavement. You just can't make the case to create, to do that capability upgrade. It's a
so if you had the money, would you be, if you had the money, would you be able to continue that work? Or, okay, so it's a dollar and cents issue.
Yeah. It is absolutely a dollars and cents issue. We just can't, like I say, and I should have covered it. We just, with the significant issue we're having with the quality index, we just can't recommend it. But if council was to say, here's a bucket of money and go do it, we'll do it. So that's that. It's just really making sure that, again, we have to give you our best professional advice, and it's really to invest in the pavement that you have in the ground now. In terms of crosswalks, difficult for me to, I'll steer away from standards other than to say that, for councillors having this issue, I'd like to speak to you personally on it.
Okay.
Certainly there's, because it's hard to really in this forum to talk about standards. So I just, certainly I'm familiar with some of the challenges in our own area, in my own area, in Porter's Lake, for example, and what's required by the province to put in a crosswalk. But there are, the team's been pretty innovative, I'll say. So I'm not, but it really is a situation by situation. So
okay.
Glad to speak with you about it. Any other councillor and take a hard look at this. So sorry, I don't want to.
I will. No worries. I will circle back. So getting back to the gravel roadway, I just want to throw out there and through the magic of the clerk's office, I think Ian has something that he's going to put in the chat. I would like to propose that the budget committee include $500,000 in additional funding costs associated with the gravel road paving project within the proposed 2022-23 Transportation and Public Works proposed budget Adding that to the balance adjustment list as an operating over budget option for consideration.
Second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, for seconding that. We are on the amendment. Councillor Blackburn, would you be looking for a briefing note? I haven't had a chance to read the motion. Yeah, I don't see a briefing note in there. For a briefing note as well.
And certainly this is wording that was provided through the clerk's office. I initially thought that perhaps a briefing note was required, but apparently not. It can just be added to the balance adjustment list. And just as a quick bit of background, back in 2017, I think it was, council voted to pave the remaining HRM owned. This is just HRM owned gravel roads. That time there was about 64 of them or so that were still on the list. Prior to that, residents who lived on gravel roads were petitioned. You know, one resident would come to the city and say, hey, we want our road paved. They would go out and petition the residents. And based on the results, if paving went ahead, it was cost split 50-50. We did away with that whole process and committed to paving those roads. And we adjusted the cost split to, I believe it's 20-30. 70-30. 70-30. The city pays 70%, the homeowner pays 30%. Yeah, so, you know, I had a recent meeting with Dave Hughley, as a matter of fact, and he informed me that this program hasn't been funded for several years. So we're not moving forward on this promise that we made to our residents in 2017. So I just want this to be on the balance adjustment list for further consideration as we try to fulfill a promise that we made back in 2017. Thank you. 2/3, 1/3. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much for putting this on the table for debate, Councillor Blackburn. You know, you're right. We have had so many issues, and in particular, I'm thinking of the work that needs to be done on Stillwater Lake Road. So, you know, the homeowners there have been struggling because when the road was re-engineered in 2012 and we saw a significant amount of work in stormwater diversion to Stillwater Lake. You know, recently we had both Halifax Water and HRM staff out to Stillwater Lake to say, hey, how are we gonna mitigate this? $500,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to what we need to actually work on this road. So my question to staff would be, well, what kind of criteria are we looking for? Are we looking for the roads that are inside the HRM road network boundary, or are we looking at the roads that continue to be outside that HRM boundary that are HRM owned but off of the provincial road network? So I'm just wondering, how do we determine the criteria for which gravel roads need to be updated, especially since many of these require funding from Halifax Water in order to complete the infrastructure work?
So quick answer is, I understand the councillor's motion to be focused on HRM owned roads. So that basically settles that. In terms of provincial roads, as you know, there is a aid program that we apply to every year. And we have again this year to pave provincial owned roads, of which we do a cost share with them, 50-50. So that will continue. So other than that, that's what I do know. And as far as the selection criteria for those HRM owned roads is primarily condition that drives that prioritization.
Yes, no, sorry, Brad. I do understand that we would not be working on provincial roads. My suggestion is that all new roads in the provincial boundary, right, of that road network are HRM roads. So, you know, the province hasn't been building and taking over ownership of roads in newer subdivisions in the rural area for a long time. So, you know, we have seen a lot of issues with regards to these, subdivisions, these gravel roads that are in that provincial area where stormwater is managed by the province and not Halifax Water. So I guess my point is, how do we determine the criteria when we know that we need funding from Halifax Water in order to do, we're not going to pave a gravel road unless Halifax Water is also going to commit to doing some of this infrastructure work.
My quick answer to that is not always. And so I think, again, I'll have to take it on a case-by-case basis and look at it. Honestly, it really is, it is location-based. So without kind of looking at a specific road and having a chance to see what's required, it's hard for me to comment generally. But obviously, wherever we do work, whether it be paving, reconstruction, or whatever, we work very closely with our integration partners. So if there is work to be done with the stormwater system, we would look to have it done in parallel and align our capital budgets to do so. And you see that often, where you'll see a road gets delayed. Certainly councillors get this quite often from us. We're held up waiting for integration partners. So sorry, I don't have a better answer, but that's what I can get without getting into the specifics of it.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to this report. I will support it, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have one question on it, and either for Councillor Blackburn or probably for staff. I get the sense from Councillor Blackburn's having the motion ready that it's gold star here and that she's done the homework already with staff. I'm just wondering about the dollar amount, the 500,000, where that has come from, whether that is just kind of like a nice round program number or whether that's an actual estimate as to what it would take. I do remember the reports to council on this, and it might surprise some of my suburban and rural colleagues. I actually do have a gravel road in District 5. Lyndon Lee off Pleasant Street has got gravel on the end of it. But, obviously I have many less of these than anyone else. And so I do recall the presentation on it, but then, kind of wasn't one that I followed closely. And so, I'm kind of surprised that it's like, oh, actually, we really didn't progress on that. So if someone could answer my question about the 500,000, that would be great.
I can take that, Mr. Chair. It actually was born out of discussions that I had with Ed and Dave during our yearly update on roadwork program. Initially, I had thought $1 million, but in this budget climate, I thought 500,000 would be a good place to start, because right now this project, this gravel road project fund has $0 in it. So even if we just chip away at a few of them this year, and I don't think it's 64 roads anymore. We have been, 17, 18, I think around that time, we did start down the path of paving those roads. So it's not quite 64. But to answer your question, $500,000, I just thought was more palatable as an over to everybody in this challenging budget climate that we're in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the explanation. And, it's obviously not all of them. And I will just say that Lyndon Lee can be number 63 or number 64. There's 4 houses, down at the very end of that list. There's only 4 houses on it. And, it's a tiny little lane, and you're literally a foot from the duck pond there that everybody treasures. And so, part of me is really scared about the idea of paving that little section of road just because of how close it is to the pond. So thank you, Councillor Blackburn. I'll support this going to the budget list.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had trouble unmuting. Yesterday it was power, today it's unmuting. I very much hope that all of our colleagues support this amendment. There, a promise made and not delivered is not a very good thing when you're thinking about people who are paying their taxes and they want to have services. I do wonder if the $500,000 is the right amount. I thought maybe it might be more, but when the supplementary report is provided to us for the balance list, I wonder if a list by district of the gravel roads could be provided to us, please. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll certainly do that. And I would just, I know what the councilor's saying. How big is the problem and is it 500,000 enough? Well, I'll just say there is a finite limitation to how much more we can try to absorb this construction season. So 500,000 would be at the edge, considering we got 9 million to on-ramp as well. So I just, if council wanted to look at it in a longer term, then it would be to set a longer term funding line, but certainly 500,000 would get a start, and we'll make sure that's fully laid out in the briefing note. Thank you.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon, does that address your concern?
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, this 500,000 would also trigger $250,000 from the property owner. So the total budget would be $750,000. Our 500,000 would just be our 2/3 contribution towards the paving of gravel streets. Is that correct?
Yes, this would be just our contribution.
And these will be the gravel streets within our jurisdiction on the current boundary line or after June 1st?
That'll be in the briefing note. Great question.
And my understanding, we're also making application to the province for cost share paving with some of those streets that we are being transferred to. So hopefully some of the gravel streets that maybe come to our possession in June may be already covered by the province if we have some agreement with them.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further speakers. I had wanted to add my name to the list, but my concern has been addressed. So, Councillor Blackburn, would you like to close on this?
Sure, and just to quickly follow up on what Councillor Hensby said, the intention of this motion is to clear out the backlog that existed from 2017, 2018. I mean, those roads that we had earmarked for paving back then when the decision was made, and just haven't been able to do it. Realizing that, yep, the world is going to change completely come June 1 when we get those 300 kilometers of roads under our care and feeding. But, I guess I'm trying to get ahead of that because I don't want these roads to get lost in that shuffle because that is going to be an overwhelming pressure. And I just want to make sure that we keep the promise that we made in 2017. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Just so that everybody is reminded, the motion that we are going to be voting on is that the Budget Committee include $500,000 in additional funding costs associated with the gravel road paving within the proposed 2022-23 Transportation and Public Works proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating over budget option for consideration. With that, Ian, it's over to you for this question.
Thank you, Chair Russell. Just very quickly to the councillor, this motion is adding the $500,000 to the budget adjustment list. If there is any additional information that needed to come back subsequent to that, a motion for a briefing note may need to be made as well. Just want to make sure that we're sure on what's being voted on right now.
All right, so the motion as it stands right now will not include a briefing note?
I would like to hear from Jacques Dubé on that, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Chair, I should say. So, yeah, the supplemental reports will contain enough information to allow council to make a decision. So our practice has been preparing a supplemental report that provides you with the information. There may be appendices to the supplemental report and all those kinds of things, but that's my view on that. I think staff understand that they need to prepare a supplemental report that answers the questions they've heard and any other questions that they predict they could anticipate getting, and providing enough detailed information so that you can actually make a decision and have a debate on.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, does that address it?
Yes, that addresses it fine for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Jerry has popped up. Jerry, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, some things that are going on the ballot may not require a briefing note. So, for example, a request for $500,000 for paving, that can be sometimes just a simple calculation on what that means in terms of the overall rate, and you know what it will do to our current direction from council. So, you know, sometimes the briefing notes may not be required if it's just a simple, you know, what does that mean to the overall budget and to the final tax rate that council will approve. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jerry. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you had one further question, it looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just for clarification with what Ian has said about whether a briefing note was needed, but it was just to make sure that that supplementary report does give us the list of the gravel roads. So I just wanted to make sure that that gets in there.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon, and I will defer to my colleagues from finance for that specific information. A motion for a briefing note to bring back that may be the best case, but I will defer to the CAO and to finance for that.
And also to Brad Anguish, yeah, go ahead, Jacques.
The budget change.
I think, yeah, I think, I think we covered this issue to the extent that, as Jerry explains, you know, these supplemental reports will contain enough information for you to make a decision. And in this particular case, if you're looking for the list of roads that would be included in the 500,000, I'm not sure whether Brad could actually produce that for the budget debate, because I mean, there's a lot of discussion I would have to have, but I would defer to Brad on that particular question as to whether he can include that in the supplementary report that would come forward. So I would just ask Brad to make a comment on that. I'm not sure whether he has enough information or the time to actually put that, or he would have a budget allocation by council, and he would then come back with a report at some point in the year that says, here's how we're going to spend this money. And there's certainly ramp up and all that Brad has mentioned. So I would ask him to make comments to, you know, is that actually possible before budget adjustment list debate to actually come up with a list?
Yeah, and my question is not to say what roads would be done. It was just what are the list of gravel roads that were in that promise for 2017. So no expectation to do that level of work at all. Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chair, to Jacques' point, we'll bring back the information necessary. Ideally, a year, we'll have the list from 17-18. We'll give you some sense of the size of the road package coming over in the road transfer that's unpaved. We will also do our best to show you what the priorities may reveal, for what your 500,000 may purchase. We'll also comment on our ability to do it. So it'll be laid out for you. I think we can make the timeline. So I'm not worried about it at this point. We'll have all of that in the briefing note, because I think we have about 30 days or maybe 3 weeks to get it. So we should be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brad. Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon and Jacques and Jerry. Ian, it's back over to you for the question.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Voting yes to the briefing notes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby?
I'm here. Affirmative.
Thank you. 3, Councillor Kent. 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
And 7, Councillor Mason. Thank you.
Thank you. By my count, that is 11 for and 4 against. Does that match yours?
That is the same number I have as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Ian. So that motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody. We are back on the main motion, and the next speaker is Councillor Cuttle. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Brad, thank you so much to you and your staff for the presentation. You know, I've got a long list of things as well, which I think reflects just how much the work that happens in your department impacts the daily lives of our residents, you know, everything from roads and traffic safety to trees and our solid waste pickup. So it's a huge portfolio, and I appreciate the presentation. You know, and also just, you know, in reviewing the presentation, you know, when we flash up graphs, you know, that talk about, you know, collisions and fatalities, you know, it's one thing to look at those numbers on a graph, but I think the heartbreak comes when you realize that there's an actual person behind each one of those numbers. And, you know, I think traffic safety remains a priority going forward. And so, you know, I really hope we can continue to advance that agenda in a significant way. I have a few questions to start, so I'll just kind of lay them out there. One is about, you were talking about, I was really interested in the garbage reduction and how we need to reduce our garbage by, I think it was 62, I think was it kilograms? I can't remember the unit there, but I'm just wondering what some of the strategies are there, particularly in terms of, you know, we have the extended producer responsibility coming online. Are there other strategies to reduce our garbage? Because that really affects both our solid waste program in terms of our organics facility and what happens at Otter Lake. So I'm really interested in how we're going to continue to advance our responsibility around our waste as a municipality. My second question is about winter snow plowing, but particularly around the enforcement of the winter parking ban. I know in several of the communities in my district, one of the big impediments to clearing the streets were cars continuing to park in the road, even though the winter parking ban was on. And I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit about the enforcement of the winter parking ban, and you know, because I'm seeing some issues there, and I'm just wondering if there's any ways that we're going to be improving that, or, you know, if you could speak a little bit to the issues that that's been creating for us. My third question is about the speed display program. And, you know, my understanding is that that HRM is taking over the speed display boxes, that there used to be some that were floating around that Halifax Regional Police could use. But now that won't be allowed anymore. It'll just be HRM. And, you know, I just want to say that as a councillor, being able to work with Halifax Regional Police with those speed boxes, putting them up in areas where we're getting complaints, collecting the data, being able to communicate back to the residents, HRP being able to get that data in a timely manner so that they could, you know, create proactive enforcement has been, I think, a real success. It's been really working, at least, you know, for me in my community, like that's been working really well for addressing kind of hotspots, speeding hotspots. My concern is with this new program, if the signs only get changed every 6 months, how is that data going to be made available to police? How is it going to target the areas where, you know, we're getting complaints and issues in a timely and effective way? So I have some concerns about the speed display program. If you could speak a little bit more about that. And quick one at the end there, the raised crosswalks. Is there a proposed list of where that program is going to, the candidates for raised crosswalks? Is there a list out there? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cuddle. I'm going to have to enlist the help of my friends, so I'm giving Andrew a heads up. I'm coming to him for garbage reduction and to Victoria for parking ban, but I will kick off with speed display and raised crosswalks. So starting with raised crosswalks. There is a list of candidates. However, I'm reluctant to release it just yet because of some of the design challenges we're experiencing. I will say my first draft of the presentation, I was ready to go there. When I heard from the team, they were having a little bit of difficulty and we couldn't necessarily guarantee a result this year. So I respectfully, if you could let us confirm that through our work, and then we'll release that to all of council, if you don't mind, as soon as we know where we're confirming. I really don't want to get residents' hopes up and disappoint them if we've got some design challenges. But we're convinced we're going to get into a couple locations this year. They will be near school and playgrounds for sure. In terms of HRP, I won't read too much into your comments other than to say that the data will only get better to the police. They have full access to us. They sit on the road safety committee with us. We're interfacing more than ever. So if there are perceived issues on the ground, I'd like to understand that so that the police management and my team can take care of that. Certainly by the way, we were requested by police to start handling these devices, primarily because a lot goes into roadside safety in mounting them. A lot goes into mounting them properly so they give the right result and actually don't interfere with driver safety. And then of course there's the data aspect. We have developed kind of expertise on data, and of course by managing the inventory of signs, we're making sure that we've got an inventory that is using data in the same kind of way and in an efficient way. So for example, some of the signs we bought in the first rounds were signs you have to go out and actually get the data from them. That's not very efficient at all. So the new signs that we're starting to acquire is you can get that data from a remote location, download and share. So you have my commitment here in front of everyone that HRP and HRM should have better data flow than ever as a result of the changes to the speed displacement program. And as far as flexibility, 6 months is you need a decent amount of time in order to collect enough data in order to understand what's going on. So that's the reason for not just shooting them up all over the place. And of course, there's so much that goes into road safety as well with the placement of these signs. So, like I say, we're working with the police on this, and they did ask us to take this aspect over. We're kind of in the throes of doing that, by the way. So not all of it is perfect. I understand there's still some signs that we've got to get our hands on and get into the inventory for us to use. But yeah, that's where that one sits. Parking ban. I'm gonna have to refer to Victoria. I'm not up to speed on exactly if there's enforcement challenges out there. I know for sure we can't be everywhere at once, and we know just from towing and tickets that this is certainly the people who do receive the tickets and do get towed are upset. And of course, from the council side of it and some of the citizen side of it, there's just not enough enforcement to get the job done. So I'm just going to quickly defer to Victoria on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Mr. Chair, through you to the Councillor, Victoria Horn, Director of Parking Services. Councillor, thank you for your question. So as Brad indicated in the presentation, last year, Regional Council approved an increase of resources for overnight winter park ban from 6 to 12. So we have 12 deputized special constables that are contracted that work from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. when bans are declared. We do partner with road operations to prioritize towing resources, which are significantly limited because of COVID, to those higher priority areas, simply what Rock would describe as impassable or very much obstructing. That being said, we get hundreds of calls during events themselves and in the days following about vehicles that either were not moved because of the ban or during the ban rather, or causing issues in the days following, which our internal staff do and will address. So if residents are seeing or if councillors are seeing issues, we certainly encourage them to call 311. We will address them as soon as we're able, but during the events themselves and during the ban itself, contractors and the towing resources are focused on supporting road operations primarily, and then we do the secondary arterials.
All right, thank you, Victoria.
My pleasure.
And I'll just also add in, because I forgot to mention my presentation, another piece of work that Victoria is doing is she'll be bringing forward a towing report. Council had asked us to look at the business case for in-house towing. And so we've been working with the police on that report. And that report will be coming forward as well to talk about the capacity to tow and recommend a way forward and how to do that. I'll now just switch gears to your question on garbage reduction. You're correct, 62 kilograms per person. We've got a hit by 2030. Obviously, EPR is the big move. In terms of other strategy points, I'm just going to ask Andrew to chime in. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, through the chair, to the councillor, Andrew Philopoulos, Director of Solid Waste Resources. So, councillor, just a quick little bit of context. In 22-23, our plan is to come to council pending a decision from the province on Center Producer Responsibility legislation, with the terms of reference for a solid waste strategy review. As part of that terms of reference, I think we'll certainly identify some of the long-term goals that we are trying to meet, including improving our waste disposal per capita to 300 kilograms per person by 2030. I think it will also obviously include meeting our Halifax goals of net zero operations by 2030. And I think those two objectives dovetail perfectly because they are absolutely related. The more we keep out of the landfill, the more we mitigate greenhouse gases. To answer your question specifically, I think that I believe that we can probably get about halfway there in terms of meeting that 300 kilogram target through EPR, through improvements in waste management practices, multi-residential buildings, as well as general improvement in the commercial sector as a whole. I think the balance will be, if you will, the homework that we will need to do as part of the strategy review. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Brad, I want to start by thanking you personally for the incredible help you've been to me and to my district, and jumping in the truck there and touring neighborhoods where we're having so many problems and challenges, and you've really been hands-on, and you've jumped through some hoops to help me with things. But also, and I'm not going to go through names because it use up all my time here. Of course, Chair always gives me extra time, but I do want to thank the people that I deal with almost on a daily basis in rock traffic services, design construction, solid waste, parking enforcement, the arborists, etc. They haven't blocked me yet. I would understand if they had, but it really is something. And in a growing area like mine, in areas with so much new neighborhoods, it's really been something, and they've been absolutely fabulous with communicating with me and trying to jump through hoops quickly. So thank you. I'm also very pleased, and as I said during my question to Martin this morning and to you, we have a long way to go, but we've certainly have made some pretty significant progress in regard to traffic calming and safety, and we do have a way to go. And these measures aren't always popular either. People don't love reduced speed limits. They don't love speed bumps and speed tables and whatnot. But we're doing it as a council and as your leadership because we believe it's the right thing to do. So some short snappers here for you, Brad. What are we going to do about schools on hills? My usual question for you every year. There's a mansion on the hill song there by Neil Young. I'm going to start singing schools on the hill. So the other thing, blue bag, we stopped picking them up as much, but it appears there hasn't been a reduction, which was my big worry. If you could confirm that just again for me. I think that's what you said in the presentation. Litter. I mean, Parks cleans up parks. We have volunteer groups picking up along highways and streets and whatnot. We have more garbage cans going out, people picking them up. What are we going to do about the litter along our streets, our Bedford highways and our Windsor? Are you really looking for money to help do a little bit more cleanup. It's one thing to tell the restaurants they need to have more bins and put out more cans, which we do, but there are jerks out there who continue to throw the stuff out the window when they're long away from the drive-through. And we have got to do more cleanups, in my opinion. That also ties in with the vegetation comments that you touched on. And I worked on this last year with a number of folks, including Nick Taylor. But the Bedford Highway was an absolute disgrace from Fairview through about Carney Lake Road, where the grass was as high as and above, and the weeds were above the guardrails. And I think we had auger equipment problems, and we ended up having to outsource. So we need to go about that. The 40-kilometer situation, I know you share my frustration. I hope you're loading them up with requests. I'm not happy about only 7 neighborhoods being proposed next year. I think we should be loading the province up with approvals, doing those as fast as we can. Particularly now, and I think Tony touched on this nicely, where it's going to impact our safety objectives. It's going to impact our police budget, that we are not going to see photo radar and red light cameras as soon as we would like to, it sounds like. So we're going to have to prepare for that. Please do put out a PSA about parking, about potholes. People just don't understand the process, even though we talk about it every year. My understanding is our street lights now can actually track speed for almost no cost, instead of just using the display boxes. And the one thing that I'm really struggling with, and everything else has been positive, is I don't understand the staff count increase because of the addition of the provincial roads. I understand an increase, but these roads will not be plowed by us because they're on the outskirts. You know, I don't think they'll be done in-house. A lot of the paving and patching and line parking and whatnot, I thought that's outsourced these days too. So I just need a little more understanding of why these couple 100 kilometers need at least that number of people. If you wouldn't mind explaining that to me, I'm probably missing something. I understand supervisors, I understand MPS, but most of the labor wouldn't actually be done in-house. So that's it for me, Mr. Chair, and probably a good way to break for lunch. So thank you. Thank you, Brad.
Okay. Thanks. Just giving Bev a heads up that may ask you to chime in on the road transfer if I don't quite close it out for your satisfaction. But otherwise, Schools on Hills, it is meant to be a comprehensive review of all the school zones left. So the team knows that we, as part of that, we want to come back with what we can do for Schools on Hills. So that's part of that work. In terms of your question around blue bag reduction, I'm not exactly sure. I just recap on the blue bags. Certainly from a citizen satisfaction point of view, we didn't see a discernible dip in the satisfaction with solid waste pickup as a result of the reduction. So that was somewhat reassuring to us. And then
right, what I meant is, are we collecting less of it? Are people throwing it out or not recycling because we're not picking it up as often? Have we seen a drop in volume?
Oh, and a little bit, but not significant. No. And if you want detailed numbers, we can get those to you. I don't have them at hand, but a little bit, but not enough to cause concern. In terms of cleanups, as you know, we have no dollars allocated to that in terms of specific cleanups that would be undertaken by staff or by a third party. However, we do fully participate in the Great Canadian Pick Me Up, and we're part of that in giving all resource support to the Pick Me Up, either in the form of materials or in the form of pickups. So that continues to be the operating way forward. So it would require a change to the way we do business in order for us to fully engage on the litter in the way you're speaking of. For instance, dedicated pickups along the Bedford Highway. In terms of the 40-kilometer-an-hour zone, certainly I will say the Provincial Traffic Authority has been very good at turning around our requests. So we'll hold up on his end. As you know, there's quite a bit that goes into data collection, and we have to show that the speeds are already in the zone of 40 kilometer an hour. So that requires a lot of data collection from us, and that right now it's only as fast as we can move. And of course, a lot of our data collection effort is really focused on traffic calming. So it's a fine balance. As far as using technology to track speed or do the data collection, we are looking into that. We are aware of the streetlight solution. It is not. It's not a perfect. There's no perfect solution yet, or else we would have gone there. We are looking. Certainly, planning and development is looking at a potential big data solution to this that we're talking to them about. Of course, we are talking to different technology companies that have talked about streetlights and other components. There's no perfect answer out there. If we had one, we'd employ it. So right now, we're using our speed display signs plus our other conventional methods of data collection. And then finally is the road transfer. I think I'm just going to get Bev to chime in on that one because I don't have my notes right at hand.
Offloading. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll just kick off by saying, I mean, just to be clear, it may seem like a lot, but as I said in the numbers, I'm a little concerned we don't have enough. Bev, certainly, we had to, took steps to cut back. We're nervous about it, but anyway, she can better.
I don't think there's a problem with me understanding TPW needs people. I just don't know how many be assigned to that 200 kilometers that we may not really actually even be doing in-house. So I need some comfort there, Brad. Just
right. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Best done in a position by position analysis because most of those staff are absolutely dedicated to those areas, but I'll let Bev talk about it. We did encounter some span of control issues where we need a supervisor, I think in one or two spots. So again, I'm going to turn it over to Bev. Thanks.
Bev, if you're saying something, we can't hear you. No, you don't look muted. We just can't hear you.
I never thought Bev would be speechless, Mr. Chair.
I don't think she is.
I've known her a long time.
Yeah. So at this point, it is 10 after 10 after 12. Why don't we break for lunch and work through whatever technical issues there are. And Bev, if you could rejoin us and at 1 o'clock, and then we can proceed with that answer. Okay. So thank you, everybody. Let's break until 1 p.m. And then resume at that point with the remainder of the answers to Councillor Outfit's questions, and then we will continue with Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. We'll now be putting up a holding screen and we'll turn your microphones and cameras at 1 o'clock. The meeting is now recessed until 1. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. We will be taking down the holding screen and returning your cameras and microphones. Chair Russell, the meeting can be called back to order.
Great, thank you very much, Ian. I would just like to make sure that we have Councillor Outhet back with us. I see Bev. Bev, I hope the audio issues are, that's awesome. Okay. And I see Councillor Outhet, so go ahead, Bev.
Okay, now you should be able to hear me.
And we can, just great. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I've been figuring out while we've had this break the simplest way I can lay forth all these positions. So 3 are oversight. So 1 would be dedicated to urban forestry. 2 are contract positions. Mr. Anguish spoke to the disparity of the locations. So those contract positions would be overseeing everything from these snow and ice contracts that will be tendered through this expanse, the state of good repair work, the additional $350,000 in state of good repair, vegetation management contracts that we may have under standing offer or otherwise, and general maintenance contracts that would fall under state of good repair and our maintenance dollars as required. So 1 is a MPS. That is totally because there's 18 to 19 bridges that we're assuming. Many people don't know, but those MPS do all the level 1 inspections of bridges before it gets to PPD, where they do the more in-depth inspections. So from a safety perspective, with that many bridges coming on board, it certainly warrants the addition of inspection. We have 1 support program assistant that will assist in the increase in contracts and also the expanded training and compliance that's going to need to happen across road operations and construction. So, it's a business unit with upwards of 160 staff and growing. So it's very important that we're compliant with our training and that all contracts are managed and centralized in a way that really we haven't had up until now, but this really pushes that over the line. We have 1 works planning technician. This is a back of house, out of service delivery and asset control. They actually, as calls come in through 311 or MPS implement work orders into the system, the works planning technicians actually create the works packages for staff in the field or to be tendered out. So they compile everything that comes through back of house before it goes forward. As far as frontline goes, we have 2 under the Urban Forestry Department. We have 6 under Streets and Roads. So really it's 3 east, 3 west, if you want to look at it that way. And 3 full FTEs to occupy the 24/7 service standard we have around the service trucks, which operate out of the McIntosh Depot. So those service trucks do everything from collecting illegal garbage to dead animals on the road. They get called by HRP and RCMP when there are accidents for accident cleanup. As transit has grown, they also are the people who run the litter routes and empty all the litter cans in the right of way. And they are also our 24/7 reach into hazard mitigations. So for instance, Councillor Cuddle had a bit of a washout there on Purcell's Cove Road last night. It was a service truck individual who went out and secured that area for public safety. So that operates 24/7. So that's kind of where all our staff came into play. As Mr. Anguish stated, we did roll back a couple of positions, and those were oversight positions. We know that things like potholes, shouldering, those washouts, they aren't all going to be of a nature where we would call in a contractor to do that work. And in fact, we don't have contractors for pothole filling. We do for planer patching and micros and all that stuff. But actually filling potholes really isn't a good ROI for the private sector because there's so much traveling around to get them, unless it's now when they've all popped out of the woodwork. But that is the compilation of what we have. So I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions either Councillor Outhit has or anyone else around that.
I appreciate the update. I've used all my time, Beth, but thanks very much for this information. I'm sure we'll find it all helpful because we're all going to get these questions. So thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's an hour and 15 minutes, Councillor.
That's right.
But good quality.
He asked good questions for that hour and 15 minutes. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like everyone else, thank you, Brad, and to all your staff for all that you do. Now let's get into the business. Okay, so, and I love your current work, but I also dipped back into your greatest hits. So I was looking at some overs and unders going back to 2019 as well. One of the things that struck me is, for example, weekly green cart. 2 years ago, we took it out, made it bi-weekly. Last year, we added it back in for the summer as weekly. That was a potential under, even back, I was looking at the January 30, 2019 presentation. And back then, it was an estimated savings of $1 million if we went to bi-weekly green cart. But I noticed this year, it's only a $900,000 saving. So are we getting more efficient at green cart collection? Are the contractors just better at it? I'm not sure. How come we're saving? I would assume things get more expensive the further on you go in years. So how is it we're only going to save $900,000 when 3 years ago we could have saved $1 million? And how much did we actually save in 2020 when we went to biweekly?
Well, never one to shy away from the tough questions. I'll have to get back to you on how much we saved. I don't have that top of hat. The quick answer is yes, a new contract has saved some money. In terms of, I'll just say that, it saved money. That's why you're seeing a reduced number. As to whether it's more efficient, I would just say, like, I'm sure routing amongst private sector is getting better and better for sure. But, you know, competitiveness and price tend to win the day. So your conclusion is correct.
Okay. And one of the other unders you had listed in this year's presentation, and you kind of because you were running out of time, skipped over the details of a lot of the unders. But if I look at the parking ticket fee increase, if we go from $35 to $45, that could net us $300,000 to $450,000. Remind me again, that's one of the ones that we have direct control over, because when I look at the bottom under all parking violations except paid parking, that's the one where we've already asked the province, and so far they have not increased those fees. So it's kind of not a real under in that sense, but the one on parking fee increase from 35 to 45, we can directly do that ourselves. That's in a bylaw.
Quick answer is yes. There is, however, a sign off from the province. I'm just going to ask Victoria, so I remember a process issue there. I just want to make sure I'm giving you the straight goods.
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, thank you, Brad, and thank you, councillor, for that question. Yes, so we do have the authority via P500 to change paid pay station violations only, or formerly known as meter violations. However, as Brad indicated, we do need to provide notice to the courts of the change in that offense ticket item, which when last year when Regional Council approved the change from $25 to $35, it took 6 months for the province to receive or acknowledge our correspondence and acknowledge the change. So just to temper council's expectations that if they were to direct us to implement that, it may not be a full year budgetary realization. It may be more like 6 months.
Okay. Well, and I appreciate that. And I'm going to move a couple of unders, obviously one at a time. And I'm also, just to let you know, Brad, I'm going to get you to dust off an under from back in 2019. When we looked at sidewalk snow removal, Back then, we could have saved $1 million, and that was accounting for potentially giving more money to like the senior snow program, the fact that we're still going to do bus stops, arterials, all the rest of it. Even though we spend, I think back then it was about $6 million on sidewalk snow clearing, we would only save $1 million. All right. So, and I think given kind of the conditions and what we've seen, even in this winter, we really haven't, and no offense to you, but in a lot of the contracted areas that I see on a regular basis, we have not seen an improvement in sidewalk snow clearing in the last few years. So I don't think we'll miss it if we get rid of it. Anyway, the first one is I will move to the budget adjustment list and under of weekly organics collection to bi-weekly.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
And the mayor seconds that. Okay.
And very briefly, I mean, we discussed this 2 years ago when we were in a tight budget year, and it seems like every year has been a tight budget year for the last 2 years. And so I think this is worthy of reconsideration again, because we did try it. There were some complaints. I got it myself. In fact, a neighbor of mine who lives up the street, who lives diagonal across from our solid waste manager, we heard regularly from. But in general, it was not, I think, as big an inconvenience as we thought it would be. And given that it's almost $1 million savings, in a tight budget year or any budget year, I think it behooves us to have a look at, where we can save some nickels and where we can save some dimes, especially if they don't have dollar outcomes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I recall, last year we had this discussion and we decided to move the recyclable program to every other week rather than weekly, and got some cost savings there. The thing about organics is that our entire solid waste program is reliant on source separation. And if we don't have weekly pickup, and people start putting their organics into their weekly black bag garbage solid waste pickup, it's going into our landfill. And so, well, you might be thinking about costs on the upfront and the collection side. There's implications on the back end if we're not continuing to increase our solid waste diversion program and support that. So, we still need to do better in that regard. We need to divert more from our landfill. We have a brand new organics waste facility being built right now. And I think we need to do everything to promote the source separation at the curbside. And, therefore I would suggest that we don't approve this under, that we continue to do weekly pickup. And it's not only about the waste diversion, it's also about odors, smells, rodents, other complaints we get about green bin. And that we look at the recyclables as a place to kind of cut back on. If we're gonna look at cutting back, continue to look at the recycling program and the blue bag program as where perhaps we can have some cost savings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Outfit. Please try not to take an hour and a quarter this time.
An hour and a half, okay. And thank you for bringing this forward. I mean, I'm not going to criticize anybody for trying to bring forward ideas that might actually try and save us some money, but this is a core responsibility. The optics of a 4 or 5% tax increase while cutting services, I would have a problem with, first of all, when there's so many other things that, we are doing that would be nice to have, that perhaps other levels of government used to do or should be doing. And we've tried to step up for all the right reasons. But to cut something as basic as this service, when we're having a significant tax increase, and here we go, they thought you mentioned fire hydrants, but that certainly wouldn't be in favor of. And I certainly did have a lot of complaints during the hot, humid months. Then we were picking them up weekly. So no, nice try. No, don't oppose. I'll certainly hope to be able to support some of these things that Sean brings forward, but this one I would have a real problem with. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nor could I support this request for an under. We just had, a really bad 6 weeks of winter and stuff, and with the frozen organic bins, and then we had people, we had no pickup because of bad winter. So, people went to almost 6 weeks without having their green bins, and there was a significant increase in rodents, in odors and smells, and it was literally every 2 weeks, just a phone call, email nightmare of green bins not being picked up. And the combination, especially in the winter when you've got them frozen and all that kind of stuff, and then in the summer when you've got the heat. So, the same as Councillor Oat, to cut services like this, no, not something that I could support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I can't support it either. And it's at a time like this when I know I want us to find solutions and ways to cut a little further so we can lessen the burden when we finalize a tax impact on residents. But this one I absolutely agree with Councillor Oathead and Councillor Daigle-Gammon and everyone that spoke so far, with the exception of Councillor Clary, that this is a core service. And one of the things that I remember very vividly, and I've spoke to this for years, not just while I was on council, is the leading edge, the leading piece of waste management and source separation that the municipality has in this country. And what are we doing? I feel like we're chipping away at it more and more, and creating a scenario where we need our residents to have opportunities to be part of the solution. We need our residents to, despite the fact that many of them are struggling with their day-to-day payments on food and gas and all those things, we have an expectation that their property taxes are going to get paid. And when we would take away something that is so important to the municipality, so important to their daily lives, and I won't even begin to go down the road of rats and the damage that those can cause on properties, and certainly to the green bins and all the layers of it. I can't support this I just can't. And I didn't support the recycling change last year, and nor would I. Again, we are asking our residents to be part of good management, and that means giving them the tools to do it. And this is just taking away more tools in the toolbox. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. My audio started breaking up. I don't know if it was my audio or if other people heard that as well.
We heard too.
I heard the same.
Okay.
Same here.
Okay.
The short version is I won't support it. Did you hear that?
Yep. Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a quick question for staff on this. Where we didn't do it the summer, 2 summers back, and then we brought it back this summer. If we then cut it this summer, like if we did end up going ahead with this reduction, like, is that feasible from a contracting perspective? I mean, at a certain point, I think it's either in or it's out. Like, we have to make a decision. It can't just be a yo-yoing that we do every single summer.
Yeah, simply put, yeah. So ideally, it would not be a yo-yo, and there'd be a long-term decision and commitment here. That said, the contract is set up such that you can do this.
So we literally can yo-yo to our heart's content. It's only a confusion on the resident's point. Like, in the contract, we can.
Yes, yes. And I think there is a notice, 60 days notice. So May 1st, we'd have to have this decision made.
Okay. Thank you, Brad. Just reading the room and discussions from last time, I'd say there's zero chance we're going to yo-yo. But I appreciate Councillor Cleary putting this forward anyway, because, I mean, there is a point to be made. Budgeting is always challenging. It's challenging each and every year. And we broadly have four choices. It's savings, it's debt, it's taxes, or it's cuts. And you can choose maybe two, but you can't have all of them. So I appreciate that Councillor Clary in his motion, at least is emphasizing that point to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in for a second. Brad, I heard you say that it was 60 days prior to May 1st that a decision would have to be made. Okay, you're muted, but since I saw you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's 60 days notice, but that would mean we'd have to give it by May 1st.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just to go further on the point that Councillor Austin made, we're hearing two things from colleagues here. One is we don't want to see increases and we don't want our taxes to grow. We're also seeing adding things to the parking lot, but then we're also seeing don't cut any services. It's just we have to kind of balance it out here. So Brad, I'm just wondering, from when we did remove, or when we did do the weekly organics, do we have the data on how that worked out? Did we see more organics going into our general landfill? Did we see the same numbers? Or just curious, what was the data when that actually happened?
Yeah, I'll just put Andrew on notice on the volumes because I don't have that at my fingertips. What I can tell you though is from that experience, odors. That was the most significant concern. And I will say there are, if council wants to go down this road, you can look at since Councillor Clear went into the old files, you don't have to get rid of weekly altogether. You could look at an area approach to this where partial areas where odors aren't as effective, odors aren't as impactful. You can also look at time of year, rolling it back by a couple of weeks. There's other flavors of this, but anyways, I don't want to change the course of the discussion. I'm going to introduce Andrew, who can tell you about the volumes.
Thank you, Brad, through the chair to the councillor. I do not believe there was a significant impact in any tonnage variations as a result of the weekly collection. I would need to go back and just double check and take a look at those months in question, but certainly when you look at it from an annual basis, which is what I have at the tip of my fingertips, if you will, there's no variation there at that level.
So in a nutshell, in terms of volume, there wasn't no noticeable increase. There probably could be an increase, but nothing that was like, okay, we really saw an increase in organics mixing with other waste that you're aware of.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you both for the answer, and I support what Councillor Cleary is doing, and I understand where other councillors come. I got the complaints too. I'm on the peninsula, houses are close together. I got the green bins in yard to yard, and folks weren't happy. But I also look at the other side of folks are not happy of us having a tax increase. So this is one way for us to offset that. We did it before, and if we want to make sure that we're not looking at an increase, we could do it again temporarily and have maybe a longer discussion. So I'll support it because I don't want to be saying three different things and not actually trying to solve the issue. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add my 2 cents. I also cannot support this. I feel like green bin collection, organics collection, garbage collection, like these are basic services that should be and ought to be maintained by the municipality. If we are cutting our budget, and I do appreciate the attempt to cut to lower the taxes, it should not be in like an essential service like this. And I just know residents know to see a tax increase with this very basic service being limited, cannot support that at all. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I can't support this either. I sincerely appreciate the notion to find an under, But like my other colleagues, you know, I do feel that this is a core service. I also wouldn't support cutting streetlights. And for those of us who live in bear country, you know, the number of incidents that we have, you know, the more compost that's out there that's collecting, especially in the spring and summer months, in those hot months, you know, I can't support it. So again, thanks for this, but my vote's no.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We are starting down the list for the second time. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess, you know, kudos to Andrew, because when we had the whole frozen bin issue, he was able to reschedule and get another collection done for us. And so I wonder what is the unintended consequence if you went to the bi-weekly. In our most recent example, did that, you know, cost more money on the contract to get that rescheduled? I know absolutely the energy that it took the staff to get it done, but I'm just wondering if there was an additional cost because of that.
There's Andrew. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair to the councillor. So when we cancel, in that instance where we canceled collection and we rescheduled it, we did not incur any additional cost for that. Just to, you know, circle back, we did have, you know, a case where earlier in the month, we did not cancel, we did cancel collection in some areas, but we did not reschedule. That was due to scheduling and labor challenges, why we weren't in the first instance and why we were able to do it in this. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon, does that answer your concern?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. Councillor Outhick, go ahead.
No, sorry, I withdrew there, Chair, sorry.
I didn't see that. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary. There is nobody else in the chat.
Thank you, colleagues, for a great discussion. And you know, it's funny when we say withdrawing service. I mean, we're still collecting it bi-weekly, which means we're still providing the core service that we provide all year long. And to Mr. Anguish's point, if you go back to the 2019 presentation, you could, and I fully expect this to not get voted on or voted up to the ballot. You could reduce the collection by 1 month, and back then the estimate was we could save 350, so we could save about a third of the money. So if this doesn't go through, maybe I can put that one forward, that we could cut it for 1 month. But I do think it's important that if we're going to walk and chew gum, then you know we've got to look for savings as we increase, and that will keep the tax increase smaller and perhaps even less than the 4.6 if we can find some savings. Just to address a couple of things that were said. So Councillor Cuddle mentioned that you know, and Andrew talked about this, that we didn't see a significant diversion into it, that, you know, people might put compost in their garbage bags. I have far more confidence in our residents of their conscientiousness. I think that, as we saw with the green carts, on a bi-weekly basis, they're usually half full or less anyway. And when you move to weekly, oftentimes they're only quarter full. So I think, you know, we did it. It wasn't the end of the world. And I think we could do it again. Anyway, I appreciate all of the great discussion, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smith has a question.
Yeah, super quick. Sorry, I didn't get type in quick enough. Brad or Andrew, whoever could answer it. Is it true that, and I can't remember because it was so long ago, that not all areas get bi-weekly currently?
Sorry, all areas get weekly.
All areas get weekly.
Yeah.
Sorry. So
during that period, June to September. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Is there a period where certain areas don't get weekly?
Sorry, you cut out there on me.
Is there a time period where certain areas don't get weekly?
that don't get weekly?
Yeah.
Yes. For the balance, so for the balance of the year, there are certain areas that are, if I understand your question correctly. So
all right, Pam put it in the chat. It's recycling I'm thinking of. Okay, yes, yeah, that's what I was confused. So
okay,
thanks,
all right.
All right, appreciate it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't see anybody else in the chat looking to ask a question. Just as a reminder, the motion is that the Budget Committee include a reduction of $900,000 for costs associated with a reduction to biweekly organics collection within the proposed 2022-23 Transportation and Public Works proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating under budget option for consideration.
Question.
The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
I'll vote yes for a briefing note.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting no.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory, big time.
3, Councillor Kent.
Opposed.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
And 8, Councillor Smith. 4. Chair Russell, I have 4 votes for the motion. The motion has failed.
Thank you very much, Ian. That matches my count. Yes, the motion has failed. We are back on the main motion. The next speaker is Councillor Daigle Gammon. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Ooh, that happened faster than I thought again. Thank you very much, Brad. You're just so impressive. I need to say that when you listen to this entire presentation, you read the very robust report, all of that kind of stuff, and then you still have time to take a phone call and talk to me about a little road down in Waverly that we've got some problems with. And it's like it's the most important thing in the world, and I have your undivided attention. I have no idea how you do it, but bless you and your family, because I'm sure that they sacrifice a lot so that you can do what you do so well for all of us. Thanks. So a couple of quick comments, though, is that, you know, this year I did hear a lot, and Stephen York and I have spoken quite a bit, and even with the CAO once or twice, that there's a lot of comments about the snow removal contract, the service not being as good this year as it has been previously. So that has been a big thing that's come up. I celebrate as well the social value component for our procurement contracts, and think that's awesome. Yesterday when we talked about the rural active transportation, I know that you're listening well, so I know that you know that I want Dutch settlement added into that list. So just making another plug for that, because it's really important around the sidewalk stuff. I have a question around the speed display signs. I've been waiting, I don't know, 14, 15 months now, for the speed display signs that, you know, previous councillor had purchased knowing that they couldn't direct where they went. But it seems I've been waiting a long time to see them in evidence. There's only 1 out of the 4 that we've seen in the district. And I know that the Waverly Road is, you know, it is, I guess there's a lot of roads in HRM that everybody says it's the worst one ever. So the Waverly Road, in terms of speeding and in terms of safety and all that kind of stuff, it's huge. Tasso was very kind. He retired before I could harness him in and say, let's figure out how do we fix this. So whomever you hire to replace him, like maybe that could be first on the list to say, what do we do about the Waverly Road? We've got a lot of work to do there. So, but I am wondering why it's taken so long, and if we're going to add more in, but the ones that are already there haven't been up yet. So that's just a bit of a disconnect for me. So I don't quite understand that one. There's a lot of developments happening. I'm reading traffic studies, not understanding half of them, but doing my best. And I'm curious about when traffic studies are done, how does that connect with your department? Like, how is there a connection so that we're thinking about all these developments? Traffic studies seem to be siloed in some ways, and I'm wondering where does the holistic view come from when we're looking at that? And the final question is around the Aerotech connector and coming down off of the highway into Wellington. And is there a roundabout that is planned for there? I was just curious about that. There's a lot of flooding happened in the last couple of days just because of the work that's happening there, and residents in Wellington are experiencing a lot of flooding. And so, is that an HRM issue or is that the province's issue? I did send it to the MLA yesterday, but just curious about that. So that's it for now. I'm sure I'm going to come back with more.
Thanks, Councillor Gammons. Good stuff as always. Waverly Road, I'm sorry, I'm just frantically reaching for my list, but I'll get back to you offline on just exactly where because I understand your question. You feel you've got 4 signs in the mix and you're not seeing them in action. So we'll absolutely follow up with you on that. Certainly, if you haven't, I assume in asking the question, you've had a chance to see the memo on the guidelines that shows the list. Okay, good. All right, I'll follow up with you and answer that question specifically. I don't have the answer right now. Traffic studies, yes, that's mostly us. In terms of being in a silo, do you mean departmentally or just more the area of analysis?
More the area analysis, I would say. We've got 5 or 6 big development agreements in process. And when I try to understand the traffic studies, it doesn't seem that there's this higher level view of if all of this happens, what happens in terms of the traffic infrastructure and safety.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, certainly we do work and it rolls up to the planning department, but I think I'm going to just put Roddy McIntyre on notice. I'm just going to ask him to chip in and try to fill that question out a little more than I can. And then the Aerotech connector, please alert me to the challenges there. Certainly that's not our project, but I certainly have the connections to bring it to the attention of people that I believe care. And so I will get it to them. For sure. So with that, I think I've touched upon, albeit not great, your questions. I'll turn it over to Roddy. Hopefully he's available here.
I'm here, Brad. Good afternoon, Roddy McIntyre, Manager, Traffic Services and Road Safety. To you, Mr. Chair, to the Councillor, with regard to the traffic impact studies for developments, we received them through the Development Approvals Department, so we work very closely with them when these applications come in. Part of the requirements for the studies, the consultants are supposed to be looking at other developments that are approved in the area when they do their traffic study. So they're supposed to be getting information either through us or through development approvals regarding other planned and approved developments, so they can incorporate the potential or the future traffic associated with those in their analyses. So that is supposed to be taken into consideration. That said, even in the absence of that, when the studies come to our department, our staff they are aware of all the applications coming in. If they see one that's in the same area as another development, we'll most oftentimes provide comment back through development approvals to highlight the fact that, we've recently reviewed a study for this development and it's not far from this one that we're just getting. Provide comment and concern to do with just that, the interaction of traffic from the 2 different developments that could potentially be an additive issue. So we do, it's not really siloed, it's not really compartmentalized. We do actually take into consideration those other developments that are currently approved and on the books.
Does that
Thank you.
answer? Okay.
Yeah, I think Friday and I are going to have more conversations. Thank you.
Absolutely. Reach out anytime, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Brad, very much to you and to everybody in your department for the great work. Most of my questions have already been asked, and so I appreciate that. A couple of short snappers, if you will. Number one, I want to emphasize what you said about the Cogswell kickoff and the diversity. Man Up 902 and Mr. Knockwood, it was great. It's great to see that, you know, the folks who are working for us are including the different points of view in the work that we do. So thank you very much for highlighting that and for putting that as the last picture of our presentation. The other question, you have a lot of stars working for you. One of the best stars is Victoria Horn. And I want to just ask about parking as part of COVID recovery. So we're doing a lot of work with the bids right now, with the chamber, with events holders. Ross Jefferson, at my request, has taken the lead in looking at coming up with some strategies for helping businesses, particularly in the tourism business, as we come out of COVID. And it seems to come down to three areas, all of which we did some of last year. Animation of parts of the city, especially in the downtown, but not exclusively. Patio fees, which I understand are in the P&D budget, making sure that we're not going to make patio fees free again this year, which has been a big demand. The other thing is parking. And so Victoria has done a great job on this, coming up with ideas that could really help businesses and residents, but particularly our businesses in main streets and downtowns, the bids in particular. And we're taking this message out. One of the things I liked, and I don't see Victoria, but she'll come on, I'm sure, that she's talked about, that I hope I'm not spilling the beans on or misrepresenting, is the idea that if you get a parking ticket, you can actually go online and scan in a receipt from a restaurant, for example. And if you prove that you were at a restaurant, you won't have to pay the parking ticket. That's cool. I love that. But I don't see, there's no budget identified here. I just want to get a sense as to where that is and where we think we might go with that.
I'll turn it over to Victoria. No, we certainly have been contributing to the work by the DCAO and CAO, and Victoria's been key to that. She's come up with a bunch of ideas that many of which we've already tried as well last year to contribute to that. We have no direction yet to set aside any funding for this, so I look forward to see if that is coming from council. In terms of the specific initiative on the restaurants or receipt-based system where you can pay your way out of a ticket through vendors, I'll just turn that over to Victoria as to where we are in terms. I can tell you for sure, we're going to have to check out and work with the legal department to understand whether we can fully enable this under the current legislation. So over to Victoria.
Thank you, Brad. Mr. Chair, through you to the mayor. So the mayor is correct. Working with our staff here in parking, we've conducted a jurisdictional scan of what other jurisdictions are doing, both in the United States and in Canada, to support business recovery. And as council would know, we meet quarterly with the Parking Advisory Committee, which is comprised of private lot owners and the business improvement districts. So we continue to check in with them on their thoughts about initiatives and ways that the municipality can support. That being said, as Brad did indicate, we have not built anything into the budget. Council would have noticed that it's listed as an over item and listed as to be determined. So we have a number of items that could be considered by regional council, but we would require the direction to go away, work out the final details, as Brad indicated, specifically to the reimbursement of a parking fine as it relates to supporting a restaurant or business. It's something that City of Barrie has done. There's a couple of other jurisdictions in Ontario that has done it as well. Specifically, when the restaurants were closed to dine-in patrons, they offered it as an option to drive people into the downtown. It's one that we're exploring, and as Brad indicated, we're working with our colleagues in legal right now to see if there's a way through the charter that we can come up with an option for council to consider.
Well, we need to find a way because we are already socializing that. And I think it's exactly the kind of thing we should be doing as a city. And Victoria, when I sent you this idea, you had already started working on it. So thank you for that. When would we get, like, I'm not going to support much in the way of overs on this budget. I'm looking at the tax rate and I'm looking to bring it down, not up. But when there's a return on investment, and particularly as it supports, there aren't a lot of ways the city supports businesses and individuals. It's mainly been federal and provincial, but these ways that we can support our local businesses, and they're not huge budget items, I want to do that. And I just wonder when we might, like, what would you need from us in order to see, for us to get some specifics as to how we could do this?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So specific to transportation and public works, my understanding is that if council wanted to direct parking services to go away and come up with items specific to parking, we would require an over budget item or direction to develop a briefing note and come back with a figure. If you're looking for a more comprehensive COVID recovery package, my understanding is that the DCAO's office was working on something to that effect, to which we provided that information. So I would defer to Brad or Denise or the CAO to speak to corporately what the preference would be.
I know I'm out of time. I don't necessarily think I need to come back, but I will take this up then with the DCAO. Maybe we don't need to do it today. Maybe we can find, I know you're working on it, so there must be some ideas as to what we can do. Some of this we did last year. I see Denise has popped up last year when people came downtown, when downtown opened up, or to other parts of the city. They didn't get a ticket. They got a welcome back to Halifax sign on their, I love that kind of stuff. So, and businesses love it. Small businesses, small and medium-sized restaurants and retail. That's exactly the way we can help. It's not big dollars. Denise, did you have anything to add? I hate it when people extend their question by doing that, but since Paul's the chair, not me, I'll allow it on this occasion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chair, Denise Schofield, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Citizen Services. Yes, Mr. Mayor, in this particular case, as there would be a budget implication to waiving of parking fees or parking tickets, my recommendation would be that the committee add it to the BAL with a request for a briefing note. As Victoria said, her team's working on costing that out. That would then come back during the BAL debate, and council at that time could determine which, if any, of those items that they wanted to have staff move forward on. The team's already working on the things that don't have additional costing, but because this one has a cost impact, it should be on the BAL list.
Thank you. I'll take that up offline, and maybe I'll come back, and I may not be here for the entire meeting, and if I don't, I may ask another councillor to bring that forward for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Wow, Brad, thank you for everything that you and your team has done over the year. I'm really going to miss Dave Hubley. Bev, I want to thank Bev. I have relied on you and your staff so much, and knowing too that this is unprecedented, this road transfer. This is a big deal, and it's very confusing for a lot of folks. And so I realize that you guys have a lot going on, and so I just want to share my appreciation for all that you do. This is a huge business unit, big budget, but wow, there's a lot of heart in that team, so thank you for that. Okay, there's going to be no surprise here that I got a lot of questions in relation to the rural experience in HRM, so I'm going to get going. First things first, we had a number of road closures last night. Those road closures primarily were on provincial roads. In speaking with RCMP this morning, they're not getting notices of when those roads are closed. And so I'm trying to understand how we can streamline this, because they need to send out alerts. They should be notified by Nova Scotia Public Works. HRM Transportation should be notified. People are calling 311 and then being told to call the province. Clearly our 311 contact center knows that there's a problem with the road. So I'm just trying to figure out how can we make sure that communication is streamlined and RCMP are in the loop. Second thing I want to raise is about new roads. So new roads, of course, if they're built to municipal standards, are going to be taken over by HRM. Except in the rural areas where they're coming off of a provincial road, which is not in that municipal road transfer agreement. And so I've got developers asking me, hey, wait a second, why are you incentivizing us to build private roads? HRM is saying they don't want to take the road over because it's off of Peggy's Cove Road. It's not within the road transfer agreement. It's outside the service boundary. And so I'm really concerned that that is the message that we're sending developers, is to build private roads that don't meet municipal standards. And so, you know, I just wonder if you can speak to that a little bit. As far as the road transfer goes, I have to say I was a bit disappointed, and I continue to be a bit disappointed in the lack of communications that's coming out from HRM. Halifax Water has done a significant amount of work. They've reached out to the communities. They've held virtual sessions. They've held in-person sessions, which you came to, Brad, with me. But HRM isn't doing that. Where I don't see how we are helping citizens understand that HRM is going to be, filling those potholes and clearing those roads and, taking over ownership of the bridges and so on. And so I feel like we've downloaded responsibility to Halifax Water to speak out on our behalf of the work that HRM is going to be doing, and in particular, transportation and public works. And on that note, I've got always the back and forth. So I'm happy to see that you're going to be digging deeper into this back and forth between Halifax Water and HRM with regards to ditch maintenance. Last night, again, yesterday was another big issue with localized flooding. And so people are calling 311 and they're calling Halifax Water. Halifax Water is saying, well, actually it's HRM's problem because it's their contractors that's putting the snow in the ditches and the ice in the ditches that's clogging the culvert system that's creating the flooding on the road. And so while all that back and forth is taking place, I'm seeing HRM come out, I'm seeing Halifax Water come out, crews, all they have is a shovel. They have a shovel because they don't have the resources to be able to do what needs to be done. And here we are expanding the service. And, the expectation with residents with 300 more kilometers of roads, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of culverts and catch basins and so on. And so if we can't manage the service that we currently are supposed to be delivering, I'm really concerned about what's going to happen next winter. And the last thing I'll say, because I'm running out of time, is on crosswalk clearing on provincial roads. A point of a discussion right now, just to kind of give us an example, is in Upper Tantallon. It's on a provincial road. HRM is supposed to be snow clearing that crosswalk area, but it's not being done. So parents are out there day in and day out clearing the snow. So I just wonder if you could speak to that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, the fun of working in the provincial areas. So I will try to unpack this. So road closures, thank you for alerting me. I'm taking away from this, but I'll confirm via phone call with you later that this is kind of your concern emanates from the messages coming from 311 on the road closures. So we can certainly impact that. What I will say is, rightly or wrongly, a lot of people are relying on social media for the absolute fastest reporting. The challenge with that is, if somebody's not monitoring those channels, they're going to get missed. And so I share your concern. That is not we need more reliable pathways. So we'll try to figure out exactly what the issue is here. And I will say, for all of your issues, 311 and our work with them over the next few months as we get ready for the transfer, that will be a big part of what we're doing. Private roads, incentivizing. Well, I will pass this on to Kelly to pick up when she speaks. Certainly at the end that has to decide whether we take them over, it's a challenge for us if they're not to a standard. And so And quite frankly, given the state of affairs and the state of our budgets, we wouldn't take over substandard roads, and councils wouldn't want us to do that. So I am concerned by your comments, and certainly we'll discuss with Kelly. We've had a lot of discussion about this. First, I've heard it quite put this way, so I'll speak with Kelly on that. Halifax Water. Not sure I share your download. I don't think that's fair. I'm not going to get into the background of those sessions or how they were prepared for, other than the fact that I did have a phone call with Kathy. We've agreed all communications will be joint going forward. And so that should start to alleviate some of your concerns, because there is a concern here of moving separately in that it's really one right of way, two service providers, and citizens caught in the middle. We don't want to convey that. So yeah, it may be more of a grace almost that it hasn't been joint to this point. However, we agree it'll be joint going forward. And further, we're going to have to meet with yourself and Councillor Hensby. We're updating our communications plans, and we want to make sure that that you're aligned to them, you understand what's coming, and that we're not missing anything. So that activity will also take place. Another piece, though, that's important in the communications that we're kind of hanging on for, and I know it's coming soon, is the billing. You made a motion on the billing and looking at that again. So having that solid footing on how the bills will appear is kind of a little bit of why I'm hanging back a bit to see if I can get certainty around that, because being able to tell citizens exactly what their bills are going to look like and when they're going to get them is a big piece of this communication, as you know. So it's not an excuse, but I will say it is something I'm keeping my eye on, because the last thing we want to do is communicate the status quo when it might be changing. Snow and ditches, as I said in my presentation, from here to June, we'll be very focused on making sure that there is absolute clarity around who does what, and also a gap analysis. If Halifax Water or HRM does not have the equipment to do the job, we're going to have to take steps to get it. I'll leave it at that. I've heard this a lot. I'll just say, I don't think Kathy nor I accept some of the things we're hearing. And I know the staff teams are now digging in as a result and trying to work this out. And then crosswalk clearing on provincial roads. Oh boy. This is when taking over the roads makes a lot of sense because then we go in with the AT, and we're not trying to figure out how to service AT in the middle of nowhere. And I can tell you, I have one of these situations right across from my home in Porter's Lake. It's very frustrating. So for now, with your particular situation, it's been added to the contract and it'll be dealt with. We are looking at this on a longer term basis to understand how we can build this into our service exchange with the province to have something that makes more sense. Because obviously it doesn't make sense if we're not in that area for us to go out and service something and that's so far off our path. So it doesn't make sense. It is a point of frustration when we're trying to go hard over with active transportation. However, I'll leave it at that. We have to have a solution for the residents. The kids have to be able to get to school safely. And so, like I say, we think we've got the plan for the balance of this season, but we're going to have to find a better way going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it, as always.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby.
Time for the back-to-back double barrel roll issues, huh? Well, first of all, Brad, I want to thank your staff again for another year of getting ready, and I'm going to miss Mr. Hubley. Dave and I go way back, and we're also losing some great Boston Bruin fans. David Hubley and Tasso, you know, they don't, when you rehire, they got to make sure they're Bruins fans, okay?
Good riddance to the whole crew of them.
Anyway, in regards to where do I start? Rural roads, of course. I'm glad we're trying to make an application to the province to cost share some of the gravel roads in the transferred areas. Hopefully they'll pay their penny before they pinch them over to us. But if that does not happen, do we have another backup list of rural roads to apply for outside this transfer zone? Because as you know, I have a number of streets in Porter's Lake that's been on a list waiting to get addressed. I'm a very big champion on collective bulk areas. It all depends on the availability of provincial funding, of course. But I'd like to try to partner up with the province where they're doing capital work in the area. Perhaps they could bundle up their program with some local street improvements. So I don't know what kind of discussions you're having with the province to know what kind of recapitalization work they're doing on local roads or trunk highway systems in the rural areas. So it'd be kind of nice if we can get that data to see if we can have any synergies in regards to local improvements. In regards to private roads, I have no problem with private roads. We should bring them back, allow the people to have their own private road maintenance agreements and maintain their own roads. This bogus argument about the cost of municipality. It costs the municipality nothing for a private road. In fact, we gain on the assessment base and everything else that populates that. A private road, if they want to bring it to a public standard, they have to pay 100% of the cost. Nothing by the municipality. So therefore, this is, that's where people got to realize that a private road can be maintained to their own standard, but if they want to a full public standard, they got to pay the cost up front before it is done. I've done that in my own riding with Norwood Court and Porter's Lake. But I just want to make sure we clarify that point. In regards to the other roads and stuff, I'm not sure how the paving went this past year. The paving seemed to get very late. I think they were putting pavement on top of snowflakes in some places in East Preston this year in regards to Lake Eagle and stuff. So I wasn't sure if the job got done in the nick of time. I'll be waiting to go over there this spring to see how well it holds up. So I'm not sure how well the paving went this past year for cost share paving. So I'd like to get an update on the status of that in regards to what was done, and we'll see how well the quality holds up. My biggest question, I'm glad we talked about the weekly organics. I'm glad we're keeping weekly organics for the summertime. It's desperately needed. But I'm a little concerned about the household special waste program. You're going to be cutting 6 events out from 17 to 11 that's being proposed in the budget. I'm hoping that the rural areas will maintain my particular district, the 3 events that they have, because my residents can't afford to drive into town with a truckload of materials, of hazard materials on the highways to go into town to get rid of. They got to have our local depots. So I'm pretty sure that Councillor Daigle-Gammon would be the same way in the Valley. She needs 2 or 3 depots in her area. I need these 3 depots in my area in regards to make sure the rural areas are covered. The metro areas, they can coalesce in regards to the Micmac Mall is a big popular site. The Halifax Forum is another site, or the exhibition grounds. Except whatever, there are different places they can have coalesce in big areas. So I'm a little concerned that if we're cutting it down to 11 events, I want to make sure the rural areas are not cut out or cut down in the number they currently have. So I'd like to have some clarification on that aspect, please.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hensby. Now that I know that you and Dave go back so far, I know where he got all his bad habits from. All right. So household hazardous waste, put your mind at ease. I'm sorry if I confuse you. That is on the under list. The only way that number of events gets reduced is if council wants to put it on a list for the budget adjustment to be reduced. So we're good there. The expanded service remains. In terms of quality management around pavement and time of year, certainly, as you know, Dr. Ed Surratt, he manages the quality management program, and he controls kind of the timing of the paving and when we cut that off. So, but we'll absolutely, I'm sure Ed is already listening to you. We'll take a look and see just what happened there at the end of the year on the cost shared road. Pretty sure all our contractors stopped on time. However, it doesn't mean the work was good either. So we'll definitely take a look at that and report to you if we find anything concerning there. Certainly it should reveal itself fairly quickly if there is. Private roads, absolutely. Just want to reinforce your whole point about having to take them over to municipal standards in meeting our conditions. I think if I could, what we're seeing in areas where there was extensive development of private roads, I'll even call it go as far as saying a small suburb. I think what we're seeing, Councillor, is aging. In other words, the community starts off, it's new, it's got a lot of energy, and then as the citizens' abilities change over time, or their patience or their willingness to do the work, sometimes themselves, as you know. What we're seeing is a lot more requests for the municipality to come in and take it over. And the challenge is by that time, there isn't enough equity or financial availability to bring those roads up to the conditions. So there is some concern about continuing to have large swaths of private roads that are far off municipal standards. But again, I'll have Kelly speak to that. I'm pretty sure that's under control. However, the questions today have just caught me off guard a bit. And then rural roads in the transfer area, I will say yes, we have agreement from the province this time round. The aid program will apply to the provincial roads in your area, so we get a better return on investment there. However, of course, next time they won't be roads in the area of transfer. And of course, as you know, we have an extensive list there that once we get past this year, we'll of course review with you and the councillors that have provincial roads in their area to make sure our list is up to speed and work with you on setting priorities. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, will you put me back on the list? I haven't got the, okay.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kent, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll, as the same as all my colleagues, Brad, you know how much I respect and enjoy working with you. Thank you for being you, because I was just chuckling to myself thinking back to my experience when I first came onto council and the Dartmouth waste treatment plant and the trail development, all of that. And my experience at that very first time was engineers are black and white. There's no in between. There's like, wow. Anyway, we changed that. And I have to give you kudos for whatever you've, I think you're the epitome of the combination of all of it. Just all that, experience behind you, but you're approachable and you're thinking about the community. You're thinking, I often do that, and I just really appreciate that. Worth saying. David Hubley, if you're listening, which I expect you are, congratulations. Wow, exciting time for you and your family, but of course we're going to miss you. And I've sent you a note to that effect, and I've also sent you a note saying I'm coming before you leave. So look forward to that. So I'm going to get right to, I'm not going to go down the path of all the district things. I might get a plug in here and there because Brad, you and I have had a really good dialogue on some things, and we can deal with a lot of that offline. But I have some questions about your presentation that I'll just sort of lay them all out and give you a chance. So hopefully you'll be able to take the time. So you did mention, and forgive me, I had to leave a couple of times just to deal with some things here. So if you've already covered it, just bear with me, folks. The permanent parking enforcement, I think you were going to expand on that, where you were talking about some increasing maybe of a complement of staffing, maybe. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if I missed that. So if you could just give me a little bit more on that. The speed humps. So, traffic calming is not always well received, but we know the importance of it. We as councillors have certainly been I especially have been very vocal about the need for resolutions in our communities. Speed humps drive me crazy in that they're what I perceive, and I think constituents perceive, as an inconsistency in height of them. I've driven over, I get the new ones in my district and I drive over them, and it's like a little soft little, I don't know, it's a little fluff of a bump. And I call people, I call your staff, I call Jody today, and it's like, oh my gosh, like they must have, I don't know what they were thinking on that day, but can they go back? And I feel like we spend a lot of time rechecking these speed humps, and then another one down the street is awesome. It actually is it's a height that really does make a difference. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, but I do find that certainly my experience is that residents spend a lot of time taking the time to let me know they're too low. And then I end up having to reach out to staff, and then they end up having to go out and check them. And I just want to know, can we tighten that up some more? I don't know if we can. I'm interested to hear more about the speed cushions and how they differ from what we have, because I think you kind of touched on it, but I just want to understand that a little bit more. The speed display signs and the speed radar signs that might be coming forward. Like, I just want to know a little bit, if you can explain a little bit more about this process of how you decide where they go. I'm thinking about Dorothea. You know, we have that big long hill that people are speeding down to cut through the Woodlawn area down to Spring Avenue. And I'm still not seeing any indications in anything that's coming out that we might have something going there. Speed display signs might be something, but the speed radar, for instance, I just got a note recently that something's going on Spring. And I think we're missing the boat on that. So I'm curious about how do you, as in your department, process the selection of where those go? I'm really curious as well about your reference to raised crosswalks. Can you tell me more about what that could look like? And it seems to me that could also, I don't know, I just want to hear more about it and what your process will be for selecting where those go. When I think about it, I think about how it will actually be noticeable. I'm suspecting by a car. I don't know what you're looking at. Can you tell me more about the Caldwell Road rehabilitation, where that is? Because Councillor Purdy and I both have sections of Caldwell Road. You did mention it I think it was in your slide. And so I'm just curious what we're talking about and where. I think that's it for now. Yeah, let's start there. Thank you.
Days like this, when my mother told me to take Pittman shorthand, I should have listened to her. Okay. Instead, I took typing. Okay. Let's go with the permanent parking enforcement. Yes, and I'm sorry, I just tried to cram that presentation, cover as much as I could. So we have basically 2 part-time staff and 1 full-time staff going to be assigned to basically a proactive school zone and / beach / probably other areas for parking enforcement. As you know, we're having a lot of challenges with HRCE and some of the changes that happened under COVID, where basically a lot of the drop-off practices changed. And of course, when COVID ends, we've been forewarned that they probably won't revert back. We have big concerns about this. The problem has been pushed into the streets. It does create a road safety concern. As a result, we have created a subcommittee with HRCE to start looking at high priority schools as defined by our parking unit and police and the school to try and see if we can get solutions to these situations. They're not good. They do threaten the safety. In terms of speed humps and height, I guess we're learning as we go. There has been challenges with contractors not doing these at the appropriate heights. We have made them come back and do them under warranty. So that said, there's an education piece now that we're getting all kinds of different products in the street that I think we're going to have to undertake with citizens. So, you know, just to be clear, we've got what we call speed humps, shorter, more pronounced. We have speed tables, which are longer and less pronounced. And primarily the difference between the two is around kind of, we went to speed tables really to help out our emergency services and transit colleagues who need to run these certain routes and be able to get where they're going in a timely manner. So they do save time by going with speed tables. So that's part of it. And we can help citizens understand kind of what goes where. So you're seeing that. But I will say there has been problems with heights. And as you know, we do deliver this through a couple different ways. Through our standalone program, we'll take one contractor, go out and give them a pile of locations. So in that case, you can get pretty good assurance you're going to have a consistent product, I should say, because they're doing, let's say 30 at once, 30 streets at once. Then when we get into our integrated projects, now you've got somebody who's focused on paving the road. They're there to leave the vertical deflections when they leave. They may, because they may do it not with as much care or not accordance with the standard. Bottom line is we have had those concerns. We do go back and follow them under warranty. So my quick advice is if you do see those or hear of those concerns, please bring them to the attention of my staff. And this really underscores the real importance of construction inspectors and the need to keep up with them as we continue to grow the construction footprint of HRM. They're key to making sure that quality is there on completion and that warranties are upheld. Speed display guidelines. I think the best thing, just in the interest of time, I mean, I can read to you from the memo, but essentially right now our priority areas, we've been looking, obviously we're looking at various road safety concerns throughout the areas, various areas. Basically, our way of assigning signs is there must be demonstrated speeding or significant collision history, vehicle volume greater than 1,000, no more than 2 lanes in each direction, adequate sight distance, and in a location where there's not other things demanding the driver's attention. So that's just a bit of the criteria. If you want to know more and get specific to why Spring or somewhere else, please reach out to staff. They'll help you understand. And plus, at any time when councillors have this question, if you'll notice in the memo we sent to council, we have the sites pending evaluation. So by all means, if councillors contact our staff, my staff or me, and we'll continue to make sure we've got a robust list of areas that you want to have looked at and prioritized for installation. Again, we're growing the inventory of signs, so we're going to be able to cover more areas. So just please be patient with us. All right. And I think I'm at Caldwell, am I? No, not yet. I'm at raised crosswalks. Basically, how those are being done is they're in our integrated projects, our integrated paving projects. They primary locations are around schools and playgrounds. Their basic purpose, you're right, they serve as a traffic calming measure. They're raised, so they create a slowdown in travel speed. So that's the quick on raised crosswalks. And as I committed, I think to Councillor Cuddle earlier, we'll get back to you on the exact locations. We are having a couple design challenges at the last minute as we get ready for this. So once we know where they're going, we'll let council know. Finally, you asked Caldwell, and the limits of that work is from Deerbrook to Astral. Okay. Please don't ask me whose district that is in. I'm not sure.
I thank you for a great job. The only thing I think we missed was the speed cushions.
Right. Sorry. Yep, speed cushions. So think of speed cushions like a speed table with brakes in it. In other words, flat spots through it, so that the wheelbase of a wide axle vehicle can move through without going over the bump, whereas a car with a narrow wheelbase cannot. So in other words, they will have to at least put one wheel on that hump, therefore causing them to slow down while a wider wheelbase vehicle would not. These are certainly making its way into the standard traffic calming of practitioners. However, they're still fairly new. Not a lot of experience in snow and ice type climates, which of course we have to make sure of. That's why we're doing our own trials and evaluation here in Halifax, as we've done with other vertical deflections. Obviously, we don't want to cause significant issues for fire, transit, or emergency services. Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Brad, for the presentation. It was very comprehensive as always. I wanted to just off the top say centerline hardening. Wonderful. I recall about 3-4 years ago when I was still fairly new to the job, the idea was floated and it had a very different perception at that time. So I'm glad to see that is now something that we're looking at, and change does happen. So fantastic. Raised crosswalks, definitely keen to see that. I like, downtown Dartmouth infrastructure one. I'm very excited for that to, it's been a couple of years now waiting for that to come around. Very excited to see the tender, maybe even a shovel or two this coming year on it. I wanted to ask you about the roundabout piece, because the year is sure perked up there. And I know this one is also important to Councillor Mancini, since his people also come through there. It sounded like discussions with the province are actually going relatively well.
Skeptical, Councillor Austin?
Well, I'm just not used to throwing them 2 bouquets in back to back yesterday on Solar City, and this one's actually moving along. That would be 2 in 2 days.
Who is this imposter?
So, look, the rationale for, this is a vote of encouragement for my colleagues at the province who are working with us on this. Basically, the Deputy Minister gave the go-ahead for their team to start working on the agreement that would govern the way we manage these roundabouts. Certainly how it would work in terms of cost share, if any, long-term trades on who manages what going forward. So there's a few steps to go, but certainly the timelines seem to be firming up. And like I say, we expect to see paperwork on this in 22, 23, maybe even tenders, but definitely some life into these projects in 23, 24. And we're very encouraged by it. I'll leave it at that.
Well, big congratulations to all of your staff who've been working on that. That has been a problem basically for 30, 40 years. And I've been told by one, actually, I'm going to drop that line of thought before I get myself in trouble. I'll move along. So street sweeping, we did have that commitment as part of the Bannock pollution study for the enhanced street sweeping program. I know that didn't happen this past year. Are the wrinkles in that sorted out now in terms of do we have the second sweeper in hand?
Geez, you know what? I try to prepare for just about anything, but I'm going to have to ask Bev if she has an update on the receipt of that sweeper. I know it's a long lead item for fleet. I haven't got an update. Sorry, I'm being whispered. It's due in the spring. So that was.
And is that the enhanced hours there? Is that part of the budget then for this year?
Yeah, we're taking care of that way. Council took care of that last year. So there's been no, as you know, we had to patch it together in the absence of having the sweeper, but, and I gave you a report on that. So we did get enhanced sweeping done last year, albeit not quite the way we had intended. So nope, it's all gears going forward there.
Awesome. The forestry program, near and dear to my heart, and it's actually a good example of you can't make up for you hit a certain point, you can't make up for lost years. We did make that decision of basically we're gonna get 75% of the urban forestry plan, and that'll be our new modified victory condition because we are so far behind, and the investment that we've made into I think has been considerable, and well worth every penny. I'm wondering, you referenced that we're starting to think about the next phase. Forestry is something that's talked about in Halifax. I mean, trees are the only technology we have to actually remove carbon from the air. I mean, there's lots of people trying to invent all sorts of things, but Mother Nature has handed it to us already. Is that work starting this year, that next phase starting to envision urban forestry 2.0?
Yes, it is. And the funding will come from the Halifax project office. So we're in good shape there and have been in constant contact with Shannon and her team.
Okay, well, I'll be looking in that one to see us continue to scale up that, because it is something that is quite essential and has been identified at Halifax. Portland Street, the brick repairs, it wouldn't be budget time if I didn't ask about that.
Councillor Austin?
Yes, I'm out of time.
Would you mind coming back to ask about that?
I will ask about Portland brick. I had 3 more, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I should unmute myself. Councillor Stoddart, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Brad, as I've always said, your team is fantastic. I have Dave Hubley on speed dial. As a new councillor, he's helped me and educated me in so many ways. I just want to say thank you to him. I think the snow contractor out in my district, I believe it's Stephen York. Stephen York?
Stephen York manages the snow program for HRM.
Okay.
At large.
He has done a wonderful job out here. I've emailed him, like, as I've told you, many of your staff do this, but he even does this. I email him, you know, Sunday afternoon, thinking I'll get back a response Monday, but, you know, he's right there responding to me. So I think that is wonderful. I have a question. It's actually an idea. I don't know if you've thought about this before, but I see the contractors say they're doing an overlay on a street and they have asphalt left over. Most residents complain because it's just dumped at the end of a street and it looks ugly, and you know, the contractor will eventually come back and pick it up. I'm wondering if while this asphalt is still pliable, if they wouldn't take that asphalt and maybe fill a couple of potholes with it. Maybe we could give them a list of maybe a couple of streets close by that need a little bit of asphalt. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if that's something that would work or not.
Yeah, I'll certainly look at that with staff. What I can say is, first of all, you shouldn't be dumped at the end of the street left there. That should not be happening. So please let us know. No, it's not your job, but this is where our construction inspectors come in. That should not be occurring in any significant way. We do unit rate contracts, so we do try to maximize when a contractor's in the area to lay asphalt, but I certainly will relay these observations to the team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another question about asphalt is, I know when the asphalt this time of year is cold patch, because that's all you can do. But I had a particular, a couple actually, potholes that were fixed and became speed bumps. So the residents are like, well, at least we knew where the pothole is. Now we got a speed bump, so we have to slow down even more. So I'm just wondering if staff or contractor could be aware of that situation. I can take it offline and tell you exactly where they are. Could I get an update on the Macintosh Depot, please? I don't know if that's, and do you want me to give you a couple more while I'm at it?
Yeah, so John McPherson and his team are delivering the depot. I believe we're still set for occupancy around fall of 22. Yep, I'm pretty sure. So obviously it may drift a little bit, but we're very excited about getting into those new accommodations. It's a big change for our team. And all thanks to council. This project, as council knows, been a long time coming. So the hot mix versus cold patch does concern me. So we do cold patch and we do hot mix sometimes. You'll recycled asphalt. However, they should be they should be restored below surface. So there would still be a bit of a bump, but they shouldn't become humps. And the reason for that is because then it's too easy for the snow blades to take them out. So it does concern me. So obviously, if you do come across that, as for any councillor, please let us know. Again, we try to provide significant oversight where we can. We can't be everywhere at once, and so we do have to rely on the eyes and ears of council and citizens from time to time. So we appreciate the feedback.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how much time I have left, Mr. Chair, but I could throw another question out there.
15 seconds.
Oh man.
You are able to come back as many times as you would like.
All right, thank you. I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith. And Councillor Smith may have stepped away. So, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brad, and amazing team. I just want to echo the compliments of my colleagues here because you guys are amazing and your department is massive, covers so many important aspects of residents' lives. And I've never actually, I don't think, publicly thanked you, Brad and Bev, for performing a miracle in District 4 when it came to fixing our horrendous state of sidewalks on Main Street number 7 highway. And it's beautiful. Every time I drive by, it's so beautiful. The asphalt, the widening, it's safe, it's aesthetically pleasing. It's just wonderful. And so thank you for doing that outside of the budget, brainstorming ways to make this work, because it was such a safety issue, but also a morale issue. So thank you so much for that. I've had some of my questions answered actually already. So thanks for explaining a little more about the speed cushions. And I'm wondering, do you have any idea of where this pilot project is going to be installed for this coming year? I was wondering about the rapid flashing beacon, and I'm wondering if someone can explain why district funds can't be used towards these if there's, you know, like a hot spot in our district where, you know, we feel there's like a safety issue. I mean, I know crosswalks are really, really important and we want to make them as safe as possible. Jeepers. Also, wondering if I can get a little clarification on like stormwater infrastructure when it comes to roads and streets and flooding issues, and where this falls, because I don't have it clear yet. We have Parks and Rec, we have TPW, and we have our planning and development. So for example, our floodplain there in Cole Harbor Basin, and the floodplain, it's flooding horribly, and it has been for decades, but it's getting worse and worse because of our rainfall events are getting more severe. And our Cole Harbor Road is at a higher elevation. So we've created essentially like a dam where the water just kind of floods that area there where Fong's is, and then behind John Stewart. So I know that this is all a part of the functional plan. I know I've heard that there's a report coming to council at some point, hopefully this spring, talking about the top 10 flood areas in HRM and some funding options and some, you know, ideas for projects to help mitigate these flood risks, which are getting more and more severe. But this is years out for any type of solution. And what can we do in the meantime? And this is all over HRM. And we had St. Margaret's Bay Road closed yesterday, Hammond's Plains Road closed yesterday, our Cole Harbor Road flooded yesterday, and like this isn't going away. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. So, and actually this makes me think that the 3% climate action tax that to be put towards projects like this to help mitigate these very real serious issues is probably a good and wise thing to do. So that's interesting. But so where does this fall? How can we start looking at ways to do smaller, lower budget stopgap solutions until the bigger projects can be done to fix these serious flooding issues? Yeah. Did that make sense? Thanks.
Yep. Super. Well, thanks for the feedback on the Cherry Brook asphalt sidewalk. That was a pleasure to do that project, and every day I drive by, it's grateful to see. It's grateful to see people using it, and I'm just praying it's going to hold up strong against all the snow plowing we got going on this year. In terms of, I think you had asked about RFBs, rectangular flashing beacons, and why can't you use district funds? Simple answer is we don't encourage that because of priority and capacity. So Step one is priority. So obviously we are going down and we're measuring and we're managing our areas, and we're working as one municipality, going to the most dangerous, or dangerous, not the right word, where we have the highest degree of road safety concerns, and hitting those first and using resources that way. So district funds, they cause challenges because they cause, well, just queue jumping, for instance. And so no problem with people buying equipment. It's just it has to be applied in priority order, or else this thing starts to get really unwieldy. So if you do have a high priority location for an RFP and you don't believe it's being covered, and by the way, there's 27 in our plan. They're all listed in the capital plan now. When we bring forward our briefing note, council's asked us to go even further. We will be recommending going ahead with a 2-year plan to basically finish all the ones that we know of. That would add another 20 locations for this year. So by all means, share with us the location you have in mind. You shouldn't need to use your district funds for this type of stuff, okay? And then in terms of stormwater, well, tough long answer, but Halifax Water in general in the urban areas is responsible for the stormwater system and its sizing and its ability to respond. That said, having used to have done this work back in 2003 to 2010, I can tell you there are chronic areas in the municipality where the system does not work. And I do know Halifax Water is working on it, but I also know, as you said, you've got Peter Duncan, who works in works in infrastructure planning. He heads up infrastructure planning within planning and development. He's leading the charge on that infrastructure hardening. Okay, so this idea of, going after the high risk areas and, if you will, quote unquote, doing something about it, potentially sooner rather than later, because you're right, some of these are so chronic and so large, they're no quick fix. And so I'll leave it with that. I'll socialize this question for Peter so that he may choose to get back to you before the P&D budget, or if not at P&D budget. What I will say is Cole Harbour is obviously it's got designed engineer floodplains. Obviously, Cole Harbour Place is one of them that, when it functions appropriately and it was enlarged, it should be absorbing the vast majority. However, Fongs is in kind of a different category. So I didn't get out to be able to see exactly what happened yesterday, but yes, Cole Harbour has its challenges with flooding. And so I'll leave it at that. I'm not directly responsible for it, but hopefully I gave you the sense of who's got what piece. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brad. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. It is 2:30, well, 2:37 by my clock. I'm wondering if people would be interested in a 10-minute break. I'm seeing heads nod and thumbs up. Let's go. Let's return back at 2:47. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will return your cameras and microphones at 2:47. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. This is Simon Ross Siegel, Legislative Assistant. Just making an announcement for the chair through to the committee. Ian has just noted that his computer has required him to restart. However, we can remove the break screen now and end the break and return to session on your command.
Thank you very much for that, Simon. Technology is a wonderful thing when it works. That whole 10% of the time that it works, the rest of the time we find ourselves struggling with it, which is no end of joy. Just want to make sure before we proceed, I see Councillor Smith has rejoined us, which is fantastic. I just want to make sure that Brad is with us as well. There we go. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair and Brad and colleagues. Great discussion so far today. And sorry I had to go. FCM called and I had to answer. For some reason I can't look at my notes, so I'm going to have to go a little bit off memory because my computer seems to not be letting me scroll on the PDF. So Brad, the two questions that I had related to. One was related to snow clearing. So already folks spoke about some of the issues we saw. So I'm wondering from you this year, because we did see a different type of weather event this year compared to others. And I know we recently, I think 2 years ago, might have been even 3 now, we did review our contracts. And for me specifically, I got a new contractor. So I'm just wondering, with having a few years under your belt, working with some of the new contractors, some of the new zones, the claims that might be coming through related to budget, and are we expected to go over our budget with snow clearing or stay on par? Just any update on snow clearing related to maybe some budget impacts and just in general with the new contract. And then the next one, just I'll ask it now. I know I had another one, but I can't scroll. This is related to parking, and I can't look, but I was wondering if over the last 2 years, related to revenue, have we saw an increase or decrease with the new parking? So exclude before, but the last 2 years during COVID, when we did make changes to the parking system, I'm just wondering, have the revenue changed? Because I did see that our tickets have stayed the same over the last 3 years, the amount of tickets that we're issuing, which I thought it would go down because we had less people who were parking. But it seems that it's been pretty stagnant over the last number of years. So I'm just wondering, related to revenues, if those have changed over the last number of years, and maybe the trends on why the parking ticket issuing has stayed the same when we know less people were parking. And I'll also give some quick kudos from my experience, to the team during snow clearing. And even though there were some issues, anytime I would go, when I do my district drive or walk after a snowstorm, I see a ton of cars with parking tickets on it. So that was my experience, and I do thank the team for the work done. You could see the little area where the hand scraped the snow and a piece of paper was put there on a lot of cars. So I do want to give my appreciation. And again, that was my experience. So those two questions, and I'll try to come back maybe.
Super. Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'm just going to put Victoria on notice in case she wants to chime in on my answer on parking. But on the snow clearing budget, well, you're absolutely correct on the number of events. We're already at 15 events. We've surpassed where we were in all of last year. We only had 12 events. And that is also relative to the year before. And in both those years, they were what I'd call mild winters, without the wild temperature swings. So, which is why it was kinder to the pavement and other things. This year, Mother Nature has thrown everything at us. It's frustrating to try and keep up with it. It's trying to build a service that's consistent. So appreciate your feedback. As far as the budget goes, so far we're hanging in there. This is kind of a pay or play budget. A lot of the budget is assigned and we pay out whether we use it or not, as you know, in their contracts. And so we don't have very many variables. We've got the salt budget, we've got fuel, and we've got overtime. Now, because of the weekend storms, we're a little concerned about overtime. I won't shy away there, but so far so good. We're no reason to believe we're going to go over budget at this point. However, Marlies Vanderhorst, who keeps a good eye on our spending, we'll keep an eye on that throughout. We'll be the first to advise council if we're running into issues. So far so good. Praying for a little bit of relief from the different types of weathers and a little less weekend storms. In terms of parking revenues, well, I think I'll quote Victoria. I just like the world to return to normal so she can figure out whether she's been successful with everything or not, because she's done a hell of a job implementing the technology, putting all these initiatives in place. But because of the variability of COVID and the whole way the world's working right now, it is very hard to understand. The revenues are way down, as you know. She's being very bullish by sensing that she can get almost $1 million more revenue this year. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Victoria if she has anything to add about kind of her sense for the effect on revenues.
Sure. Thank you, Brad. Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So as Brad indicated, the trends sort of went up and down throughout the course of the pandemic. Certainly at the beginning of the pandemic, we definitely lost a significant amount of revenue. There was a period of time where we weren't even charging at meters. So that would have been in the 2019-2020 budget. In 2020-21, we had a pretty steady state, both from technology being on, it was on for the entire year. Plus we didn't have any significant disruptions in terms of not enforcing. The only challenge there is that we did do the support to business recovery, which ended up costing about $500,000 in terms of lost revenue, both to pay for the supports and also lost revenue from offering the programming. So we are being optimistic in our projections for next year. We hope that we will see increased traffic return to downtown. We hope that we will see increased support to businesses, and through that means that we need to facilitate turnover, which is why we think that, and we're pleased that we were able to deliver the project when we did, so that we can offer those things like variable rates. So the higher demand areas will be priced appropriately. But we certainly are not seeing the demand for paid parking that we anticipated simply because of COVID restrictions and reductions in travel. And with respect to your comments or questions about enforcement, you're seeing it stay consistent despite traffic patterns decreasing, because we have more staff. So what is different about this year is that we have changed the distribution. So we have significantly less what we call foot patrol staff. So the staff that are really doing what we call the revenue generating tickets, the ones in the downtown core, and more focused on the regional and rural service request base. So you'll notice in Brad's earlier presentation that our service standards percentage of meeting service target is quite high this year, and that's because we've been able to take those resources out of the downtown and really focus it on where residents need us and service-based calls.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to take a few minutes and just ask some questions, not actually making any statements from the chair. And this is just to and I'm timing myself because I know everybody else is. This is just
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Tony. I want to make sure about some of the information that I've heard and some of the information that I've seen based on the presentation and today. One of them is, Brad, you were talking about the roadside safety committee. I might have the term wrong, where HRM is working with HRP. And I'm wondering if the RCMP are involved in those discussions as well. Second one is related to the slide on the satisfaction with TPW services 2014 to 2021. Do we have benchmarks established for any of those standards? Are we trying to achieve a particular goal? what are we trying to do other than measure how we're doing? Is there a path to improvement for that? We've seen parking services declined. I think that was responded to. We've seen more energy put into road safety initiatives, and yet the number of injury collisions has increased. And just, I guess this is more a statement. It's a reminder to everyone that road safety is the responsibility of everyone who happens to be on the road, both the driver and the pedestrian. I'm not going to assume that someone else is responsible for my safety when I'm walking on the street. There was a comment made about the cleanup of our parks and trails, and some of our community groups take care of the cleanup, and this was in relation to the pet waste receptacles and things like that. I'm wondering, have we consulted with the community groups that are involved with each of the parks and trails that are taking care of them to get their input on what's working and what could work better? And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Great questions. Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Chair. Road Safety Committee, RCMP representation, absolutely. We get great input from the RCMP at the meetings. I will say that the committee collaboration continues to improve, and the sharing of information, so it's good to see. In terms of satisfaction, great one. No, we have not taken a look at the citizen survey to see if we could, I think more importantly, set realistic goals in terms of satisfaction. We've been really monitoring trend and letting that be the guide, but you make a great point. There's no reason why that couldn't be looked at in a couple of areas. I will say though, in saying that, you know, many of those areas of the business have all kinds of standards, goals, and measures. So it's just, we've never looked at citizen satisfaction and said, this is a target goal, but you raise a great point. And then cleanups. Certainly, we get a lot of feedback from our trail wardens. There's good collaboration there, I think, for the most part. It'd be good to have the wardens kind of on the call to tell me whether I'm right or I'm wrong, but certainly we get the reports, and there's a lot that has been done with the trails. Obviously, you know, I'm most familiar with the Cole Harbour Trails team, and yeah, they're excellent at reporting, really help us out on the types of litter they're seeing, and what, you know, aiding us in the steps we can take to improve it. So, you know, if councillors are hearing otherwise, certainly, again, unfortunately, we have to rely on our community groups for this at the moment, but we do try to make sure they have all of the receptacles and pieces that they need to carry out the proper cleanliness and maintenance of these facilities. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, one of the things that I've seen on the trails that I still get totally confused about is when people, they're walking their dogs, and I think, you know, nothing against the dogs do what they do. The people put it in the bag and they tie it to a tree, intending to come back and pick it up later on or something, and then they just leave it there as an ornament. And that one thoroughly confuses me, but there we are. We are starting down the list of speakers for the second time. So Councillor Mancini, you are first on the list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So following up, Brad, I wanted to speak about Otter Lake. I know some of my colleagues have already done so, but I'm looking for a quick update. We have submitted the information the province has requested. My understanding, by the time they receive that information, we've got 60 days. I don't know if Andrew's on the line still. Could you speak to that? Are we anticipating an answer from the province in 60 days with regard to the closing the front end processing at Otter Lake?
Well, if Andrew doesn't chime in, it means I got the answer right. So he's close to the process. But yeah, we are anticipating response in 60 days. However, I would tether your enthusiasm, because that could be a response with direction to do more or different types of activities. So this may
Who's
not.
the politician here? You or me? I know that's crazy.
Yeah, it might not be a yes or a no. And
Yeah, so we already get a response at least in 60 days, we would hope anyway. So I think we're all looking forward to that response. So I'll check that one off the list. Thank you. There are several items here. Next, can we get an update on the illegal dumping campaign? So we've hired staff to do an investigation. We've done a campaign on it. We've have fines been issued. I mean, we have the authority now to fine someone up until $10,000. Has that have been done yet? I guess the big question I'm looking for is it working? Is it making a difference?
on this one, Councillor, I'm going to turn right over to the gentleman who needs the credit, and he can give you the details and achievements.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Thanks, Brad. Through the chair to the councillor. Councillor Mancini, we've had really good results out of the gate on this. Just to give you a few stats, so we implemented the new illegal dumping measures November 1st, so we're 3 months into this. We've issued 7 summary offense tickets. That's more than what's been issued in the last 3 years combined.
Wow.
We've had 57 complaints. We've issued 16 warnings. We've actually had 7 sites cleaned up by an accused. Again, that's more than what we've seen in the last 3 years. So this is only 3 months in. And we're getting feedback that people are seeing the campaign and that's triggering them to report illegal dumping. So far out of the gate, it looks very, very positive, getting positive feedback, getting lots of complaints, and we're able to follow up on them effectively.
That's fantastic. And since Andrew, I've got you, I'm going to jump ahead to my list. I want to build on the litter question that Councillor Out had brought up, and all councillors have a concern. And as you know, Andrew, every municipality across the province has concerns and issues with litter. Could you share with colleagues that may not be aware of what's happening? Could you maybe expand upon the litter app that you're looking at that Brad alluded to? What we hope that litter app will do, and also could you talk about Divert Nova Scotia? And they recently have done a study in selected areas looking at litter and the types of litter. Could you just give us a quick overview on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So just I'll start with the Divert study. So they undertook a study, focused on comparing previous findings and previous similar studies. Traditional approach, they were going to various locations. So around HRM, a lot of it was focused around highways, off ramps, that sort of thing, and we're able to collect some information and analyze it in terms of what we're seeing in terms of litter, how it has changed since the last time they did the study. And so I think the context there I would point out is that that's a very traditional way to approach this, right? You go out there with a clipboard and you go collect some data and compare it. What we're aiming to do and built into our business plan and our budget for next year is to implement an app around litter that will do a couple of things. One, it will promote the culture of litter cleanups. I mean, I think everyone in your districts, we have great citizens, very organized, very, very passionate on this topic. And so this app will allow for those who engage in litter cleanup to connect via social media effectively, to have friendly competitions, to register their cleanup organization. Effectively, it's a tool for us to promote this good behavior, which I think is terrific. Additionally, by virtue of our citizens collecting litter and recording it and taking pictures of it, we can utilize the app to get some good data, right? And over time, perhaps we can get a much more data, better data that will be able to inform future decision making and policy. So that's it in a nutshell.
And I wanted to just share that with my colleagues because the data is king, as we all know, and having really good data that's collected by our citizens will help us make those decisions. So thank you, Andrew. Look, my time is up. However, if you will indulge me, Mr. Chair, the mayor asked if I put forward this motion. He alluded to speaking to Victoria Hone about parking and supporting our small businesses, especially during the COVID, and really helping them recover. So if I may, I'm going to put the following motion that's on the floor. It's in the chat for my colleagues to read. That the Budget Committee consider parking initiatives to support COVID-19 recovery for small business in the 2022-23 TPW budget and bring back to the budget adjustment list. Request a briefing note to outline specific initiatives that the HRM could provide and associated costs for each initiative. So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lovelace. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini. We are on that motion.
So I think pretty clear for the mayors brought forward this earlier. The idea is how can we as a municipality support small business? Our hands are tied in many ways. And so we can't cut a check like other orders of government. We're limited to what we can do to help support our business. But if we can be creative, and I think Victoria Horn and her team have already shown some initiatives how we can be creative using our parking systems. And I believe the mayor is just looking to expand for that. So looking for that support. I agree with him. Good to see something come back. What would those initiatives be, and what would any costs be associated with it? So we're looking to get that added to the list. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And could you add me on the next list to come again, please? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I wasn't sure if there was a question there or if that was a statement. No. Okay. In that case, Councillor Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll support this to see a briefing note, but I mean, I just want to caution. I mean, parking is always what we go to. And, at times it almost feels like we lack creativity and always just jumping to the parking as the solution to try and, help business. And I think it's questionable somewhat the return on that we really get out of it. It is something, and I supported the last time we were looking at this because it is something that's actually fairly doable. What I'm wondering regarding this motion, and I don't know what it would look like, but on the Dartmouth side of the harbor, one of the things that's always touted, and it actually lines up better with our like sustainability environmental goals, is the ferry, right? Running the ferry, free rides on the ferry at lunch, and I mean that is much more aligned with with other objectives. And so I'm wondering, and I don't know how to do this at budget, whether we can consider that as part of this. Because I did move that last time we looked at parking as well, that a request to look at the ferry too. So that would be a question for staff. I don't know, Jacques or Dave Reed is probably not on the line because it's not his day. Right,
but I see Denise here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Denise Schofield, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Citizen Services. Actually, Councillor, TPW, Transit, and Parks and Rec all have COVID recovery items that they're going to be discussing in their business plans and the budget presentations. So when Mr. Reedy comes next week, that will be actually one of the items that could be considered there as well.
Okay, I will save that for next week. I'll support this for now too. For me, if we're going to do parking, we should at least do something that is a little more creative and better aligned with our environmental goals rather than encouraging car traffic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Cleary.
I was basically going to say what Sam just said, so ditto. I'm good now.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancini, would you like to add anything?
No, I just call for the question.
Call for the question. Great. Thank you. Ian, let's test your audio.
This is Simon Ross-Siegel, Legislative Assistant again. I think Ian is just getting back right now. I'll let him jump in at any point if he's available, but otherwise I can lead us through the vote call for this item at the moment. Just opening up my notes here. And I will be starting with the ordinary call. I'll be starting at the ordinary call because I do not have Ian's notes on the order that we've been following so far. Deputy Mayor Savage, or sorry, Mayor Savage.
The mayor has stepped out.
Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Councillor Deagle-Gammon,
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent,
Favor.
Councillor Purdy,
Voting yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason is not present. Councillor Smith, Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Morse,
In favor.
Councillor Cuttle,
In favor.
Councillor Stoddard,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Blackburn,
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit.
Voting yes.
Thank you all. The motion is unanimously passed.
Thank you very much for taking care of that, Simon. I appreciate that. We are back on the main motion now. The next person to speak is Councillor Cleary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will put on the floor that we put on the budget adjustment list and ask for a briefing note to cut weekly green cart collection by 1 month, so that we normally have July, August, September, that we would cut September.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Austin. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
I think we've talked about it already. People don't want to get rid of it altogether. July and August are the hottest months. And in fact, we only used to collect green carts in July and August, and September was added a few years ago. And so that could save us, well, depending on what the briefing note says, but 3 years ago, 350,000 to probably closer to 300,000. That's all there is to say. Let's look for every opportunity we can to save money and not tick off residents too much.
That's an interesting comment. Thank you.
That's a great campaign slogan.
Right. Go ahead, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. I so want to be able to support this because I want to lower this as much as possible.
Well, just say yes then.
I can't. I will not, because I've just heard from so many residents that this is not an option that they're willing to consider. And September is sometimes hotter than June and July. Like, it is a hot, hot month. It's summer. September is still summer, and it can be much hotter than our first 2 months of summer. So I just cannot, although I agree with the whole idea of cutting where we can, but I don't think this is an area where we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thanks so much, and thank you, Councillor Cleary, for putting this on the table for consideration. I'm going to say no, and I'm going to say no because September is one of the highest times in the Hamis Plains St. Margaret's Bay area where we have bears and their litter on the streets. Malin Simons Middle School is a great example of where we see bears, coming down White Hills Run as they forage to prepare for the winter, and foraging on those compost bins that are overflowing is not a good idea. So I would like to discourage that as much as possible, and we'll be voting no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm trying really hard to also, keep an open mind about how do we save some money. And I guess I'm wondering, if it's 1 month, September might not be the right month. Is there a way to look at reducing, what is it throughout the year? And then maybe, Andrew, I'm putting you a little bit on the spot, but to think about a month would take away how much? One of the things I'm really worried about is that if it's the month of September, depending on what the route would be for some residents, they could end up being maybe 6 weeks, right? At the outset. So the worst could be that somebody would be 6 weeks without green bin collection. So Andrew, if there was a way to look at the green bin, taking out a month, not necessarily a calendar month, but taking out some service, have you guys looked at that at all? And maybe I'm putting you on the spot, so I'll apologize for that. But
I see Brad has popped up, and so has Andrew. Who would like to address that?
Clarify the question, Councillor, because what we're talking about here is taking away weekly green card for 1 month, meaning that you wouldn't, instead of 4 weeks collection, you'd have 2. So I just want to make sure that's in your question. So I'm just trying to understand this gap of 6 weeks where that's, what exactly you're meaning by that.
So if there was going to be no green card collection for the month of September, right?
No, sorry. I may stand to be corrected by the councillor, but no, there'd be no weekly green card collection for the month of September. It'd be bi-weekly.
Oh, that's not how I read it. So thank you for that clarification. Okay. Still, I can support it though, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Councillor Austin, go ahead.
I'll support this one. So maybe we get 5 votes instead of 4. Just a quick question. I mean, the motion was specific September, but I mean, in the briefing note, if this should happen to pass, could we maybe be a little less prescriptive about it? I mean, maybe it makes sense that starting mid-July, first 2 weeks of September, right? Like to split those 2 months. You know, I don't know what the average temperatures are at those times. I mean, I know that first week of September can sometimes be quite a glorious stretch of summer. You know, in July, we can still be in the fog belt at times. So I'm wondering if, like, whether there's any leeway if this were to pass, for staff to take a look at, you know, not what would actually be the best way to prune like 4 weeks off the program?
Yes, certainly we can consider that when we bring back the briefing note. I understand what's being requested. So, I mean, the key part here is obviously contractually, we need to be very firm about what it's going to be. We can't just have contractors on standby to pick up. No. Sorry, it's a foggy day, we're waving off. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, and so we'll build that element of intended flexibility. And just Andrew did have a chance to kind of run some of the numbers. It looks like under the new contract, we might be more in the realm of about 1 month being $275,000 roughly. Again, we'll verify in the briefing note. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I will support this one. We used to do the service this way. You know, whether I vote for it in the end, once we get that whole budget adjustment list, is a different question. But for now, I mean, I'm not going to rule this one out just as an absolute no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if I could ask a question to Andrew. You know, Andrew, when we're looking at green bin service, other municipalities that do it, are we lined up with the same time frame? Are some that do it totally bi-weekly, or others do different months from us? Or are we lined up? And if there are some changes, do we have any data in their experience, or is that something that can come back in the briefing note?
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. I think I'd have to address that in the briefing note. I think in short, you have a little bit of everything out there. I think in Nova Scotia, typically it's more bi-weekly. I think if you look to other jurisdictions that are more similar of size and scale, I think you'll find examples of weekly collection throughout the year. So I think there's a little bit of everything out there.
Are we still considered the leaders in the country when it comes to this type of curbside service? For the province being the leader?
I think we're certainly a leader with respect to solid waste. With respect to curbside service, I do think that here in HRM we do get very good service. I think the weekly green carts in the summer is a good example. Another really good example is the fact that with every garbage collection, you can put out a bulky item, a couch or something like that. I think that's somewhat unique as well. So I think we do have very high standards here in terms of our collection.
Thank you, Andrew. So look, I'll support this to get the briefing note, to get a little more information. As Councillor Austin said, you know, will I support it when it comes time to look at all the items? Well, we'll see. But I think there's no problem getting some more data so we can make a decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else on the list. I'm just going to make an observation, perhaps not related to this motion, but Nova Scotia It's a wonderful province. It happens to be the warmest province in the country. With that, I will ask Ian to, oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. Deputy
Sorry, I
Mayor,
just
go
have
ahead.
just one more comment that I just wanted to situate, this conversation around bears, because as you can tell, we have a large bear population in District 13, and because we have a significant amount of wilderness area around us. And what ends up happening when bears are become nuisance bears is that the province of Nova Scotia typically euthanizes them. So I think it's really important for us that when we're thinking about, saving money on one hand around compost, we also have to think about the repercussions and the unintended consequences of that. And if we are encouraging more bears to come out of the wilderness area because they can feast on full compost bins, there are repercussions for the bear population. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. And once again, I see no further speakers in the chat. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Ian, if you're able.
Thank you. And thank you to Simon for doing the previous vote call. I just posted in the motion that Simon provided to me. I just want to confirm that the first part of what I posted is the motion that is on the floor before we do the vote call.
Councillor Cleary, yeah, would you mind reading that motion aloud, please? If it is the right motion.
Yeah, that the budget committee include a reduction of an amount to be determined for costs associated with reduction of biweekly organic collection for 1 month for a period in the summer of 2022, with consideration given to minimal disruption for residents within the proposed 2022-2023 Transportation Public Works proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating under budget option for consideration.
Councillor Cleary, that is the correct motion?
Yep.
Beautiful. Thank you. Go ahead, Ian. Ian, you're muted.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morris.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Stoddard.
Sorry, I was having trouble there. Against the motion. Thank you.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage. 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. And 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Chair Russell, I have 5 votes for. That motion has failed.
Great. Thank you very much, Ian. We are back on the main motion. And yes, I will add you to the list, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Over the next couple of months, and we were making sure we're
thank you very much.
If I can interrupt for a second, Councillor Cleary, you're not muted. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much. Is Brad still there? Here I go, another budget year, asking about Main Street and Ross Road realignment. This got to be done this year. We got to get the corridor secured. Cannot wait any longer. Been waiting way too long. You know, the beautiful asphalt sidewalks you put on Main Street, Let's get the functional plan done and let's rip them up and put the concrete sidewalks that should be done with the bike lanes and the center lane and the sewer line extension. We need to get these things done. Anyway, that's my rant about Main Street and the corridor for the Eastern Shore Gateway that you have to travel every day to go home, back and forth to. But anyways, I'll make sure you remember that. Anyway, talking about private road issues, Scottsdale Drive and Muscatawbin Harbor. Here we have a beautiful private road that they want to upgrade to a full public standard. They're willing to pay for it, but we're giving them flack because the road is too long. Well, why did we approve the street then in the first place? You know, for the subdivision that it is. I think this needs to move forward. Similar to what we did with O'Connell Drive, with an area rate on the other parts of the properties of access off the Scottsdale Drive. We need to move this particular file forward. In regards to the Porters Lake Connector we talked about last year between Sandy Lane and O'Connell Drive. I sent you an email about that this morning. Just wanted to make sure that we're on the record that the design work for that will be hopefully done this year and hopefully go to tender in the very near future, because this is one of those safety issues of having a secondary access for those two streets. You know, and it also involves a school. So I think we need to prioritize that higher on the list. Kane Street in North Preston, in regards to the upgrading of Kane Street as well as Churchill Terrace with the potential new sidewalk, a sidewalk to be incorporated, connecting the school to the daycare center and the community center. Highly anticipated, but want to know when that might be ready to go. I understand they're hoping to do maybe a summer construction on, because they don't want to do the construction during the school year time. So it'd be great if that could be done. But as the people in the community asking questions, you know, what's it going to cost? Is there implications to the tax rates and all that kind of stuff? I explain to them it's part of the urban tax rate zone. There's no local improvement charge for this. It's all part of the general tax rate for the urban zone, which they are will pay already into because of the school sidewalks that's there. My other questions were with regards to the flash and beacon in Muscatawbin Harbor, the East Mepeswick Road. We had that in the budget last year, and one of those projects not yet done. I was kind of hoping we might hold off until the province got its act together to do the realignment of the East Mepeswick Road, to bring it to the other side, to more of the east, to have a four-way intersection with the 357, and then put the beacon in. It's just that putting where it's proposed to be is not the ideal location for it, but it's something that could be, I suppose, moved later on, but why incur the cost a second time is the only thing I'm concerned about. The active transportation trail budget. I'm hoping that the Blueberry Run, that's the submerged section in Seaforth through Robinson's Pond, will get some serious consideration from the municipality and also from the province as well as from the federal government. I'm hoping we make an application to all those funding programs to get this project and this particular trail upgraded. It's been neglected for so many years because it was isolated from any funding from the municipality. Now that we changed our funding parameters, and now this motorized trail that has shared use for everybody now is eligible for funding. So hopefully that will be high on our priority. And my last two questions regards all the trees and stuff. We're talking about even a private property trees. I'm curious, will these have to be roadside on private property? Because I don't want to see us giving trees away and being planted in the backyard. I thought these trees would be for the intended purpose of trying to preserve and protect our assets, be it the sidewalks, or be it our streets, whatever the case may be. I'm kind of curious about this private property tree program. And it's also, is this going to be funded with the Tree Canada or part of the Trudeau billion tree planting promise that he made a couple of years ago? And my last question is about the rural streets takeover. What about I assume we're getting no equipment from them, but we are taking some personnel over. So is the personnel going to be working out of Turner Drive, or we're going to have our own depot in the western region or in the eastern region? I'm just kind of curious of how the deployment of the staff will be taking over from the rural area. Where are they going to be situated? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hansby. I may have to come back on the depot one. I didn't quite catch that, but so Main Street Ross Road, I know you know this, but essentially that's governed by Strategic Transportation Planning Group. in P&D. So feel
I'm
free.
sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a second. Are other people having difficulty with Brad's audio?
Yes.
Oh.
Brad, would you mind turning off your video at this point just to save bandwidth? Go ahead. Thank you.
For sure. Can you hear me now?
For that sentence, yes, but go ahead.
Okay, I will try. So Main Street, Ross Road, I know the councillor knows this, but of course we take our lead from Strategic Transportation Planning Group in P&D. And of course, council's made it clear they want to accelerate the corridors. But beyond that, we stand by to enact this project when it comes forward in the capital plan. Both Scottsdale and the Porters Lake Connector, these are both, we had wanted to get to them last year. These are both the kinds of things that as we focus on getting our capital projects out the door, which is first and foremost our commitment, these are the kinds of things that do get pushed aside. However, as Dave has said, we're going to revisit Scottsdale. I'll be doing that with Dave and with the Planning and Development Group, and then Porters Lake Connector. Dave's got a team assigned to that. As far as Kane goes, trying to drive the construction solely to the summer. I mean, we're at 95% on design. We've got to get some public feedback. But we are shooting for construction June, July, August. But of course, there's always the risk that we'll run into the school year, and that's just a factor that we have to deal with. East Pepeswick road alignment, your point about the beacon, I would suggest to you that you don't wait for that alignment and then we go ahead with the beacon. The only reason it didn't get in last year, we had some design issues. But as far as I know, that's moving forward this year. Blueberry Run, certainly eligibility is there now. I don't have a specific update on applications, but I can get back to you offline. Tree giveaway, I think it's best to, I don't want to kick off a debate about this. It is intended for private property. We will be looking to other jurisdictions for guidance as to how they've done it there. But as far as being on the private property, that is the intent of this, is to grow the overall canopy of the municipality, and therefore not intended to restrict it to planting in the HRM right of way, and nor would we want them to undertake that kind of activity on our behalf. So, but much more details to come back to you. The funding right now is from the Halifax funding. We are involved regularly on all the other funding programs around trees. Whether that will eventually be applicable here, I don't know at this time, but we'll certainly be looking toward that. As far as the depots go for the road transfer, I didn't quite catch the part about, so there's no people or equipment coming over from the province on this, to be clear on that. And yes, we'll be located east and west in our depots. So hopefully I hit them all.
Put me on the list for a third time, please.
I have done that. Thank you very much, Brad, and thank you, Councillor Hensby. Next on my list is Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Whew, what a great conversation. I'm learning a lot and really appreciate, the breadth of knowledge that you have, Brad. I want to pinpoint signs. I want to talk about signs. And, here in the rural areas, we have signs that are put up by the province. So community signs, no parking signs, speed break signs, all those kinds of things. When I look in the presentation, I don't have a clear sense of how many signs we have. In addition to those street signs, we also have speed traffic calming signs, speed hump signs. And what I'm finding is that those speed hump signs in particular, they're up, and then we have winter and they're all down. And also, in addition to that, we had a lot that went missing when they went up because people did not appreciate having having speed hump signs up in the community. So I know that would fall under vandalism, and certainly your team is putting the signs up and then putting them back up, and making signs and sending them over to the province to put up for community signs. I've got signs right now with TIR, or I guess Department of Public Works, that have been sitting at the depot since September and still not up. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, first of all, where are the signs, in this presentation? You touch on 40-kilometer signs and how many of those we have, but I don't have a sense of the number of signs overall that we're dealing with. I can only imagine, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of signs that your business unit is dealing with. So I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to, the expense and searching for efficiencies in your business unit when it comes to signs, and also that relationship with the province. We're spending money this fiscal year, getting the signs made, and still, going into the next fiscal year, waiting to get those signs up. So thank you, Brad. I appreciate that.
Sorry, I'll keep my camera off in the hopes that my voice stays stable. If I understood you correctly, I think you said we've manufactured signs that are with the province and they're sitting in the provincial depots, not installed. Is that?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
First I've heard of it. I will follow up with staff and see what I can do about that. Okay, that's step one. Speed hump signs being vandalized. Yes, we've seen all manner of vandalism in areas where they're not appreciated and the traffic calming measures are not. So at this point, there have been no police investigations kicked off. We've kind of likened this to change and just being resilient and getting the signs back up when reported to us. They are important. I know we've had reports of the signs being up, but no hump being there. Obviously, with the speed at which we're moving the program, we can't always perfectly align the sign implementation with the humps. So we do our best to get those as close as possible, but not hold up the program. So there have been cases where that has happened. Certainly this year with the snow and ice conditions, we're seeing a lot more severed sign bases and a lot more business there. Obviously, what happens is we try to deal with the road safety signs as a priority basis, and then the signs that are, let's say, less safety related, we then gather and get them done as quickly as we can. However, we prioritize road safety signs first. In terms of the number of signs, you're absolutely right. Between sign blades and every other signs, we have hundreds of thousands of signs. Like just for instance, on the bilingual sign, and unfortunately, they're not. We don't have them all in a singular database by any stretch. In trying to estimate the bilingual stop sign requirement in the region, for instance, we had to do some calculations to try and take an average on that. So just for instance, we estimate there's 7,600 stop signs alone in the municipality. So there are a lot of signs. As far as efficiencies go, love to tour you in the sign shop any day. The fabrication shop is very impressive, their skills. And of course, when we move to, we're very excited about moving to our new depot eventually. That's in the works, and they will move their shop. That will make them even more efficient in sign production, but more importantly, our stores operation does not have a dedicated stores person, and it does affect our overall efficiency in deploying to the street. It is a concern of ours. We are taking steps to in the new facility to make sure that that is as efficient as operation as possible. Other than that, we have a new person in that area, a new supervisor in that area, Desi Munden. Folks may have had may have met him. Very good, he's all about efficiency. So there's been a lot of changes. And then I think that's key points, certainly. And we're also taking steps. I don't know, you saw the report on missing sign blades. That is a concern for us, and sort of street sign blades. that is a concern for us. We're taking steps to take care of that too. We've added a position in our roster that's dedicated to, I'll call it quality assurance, both sign heights, sign deployment quality, and missing signs. So we're really trying to put an effort there to up our game. So hopefully I've hit on the key points.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Brad. I guess I'll have to come back because I want to talk to you also about contractor signs. So I'm out of time. I'll come back for a third time. Thank you. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. I'll put you again on the list. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad, Portland Street, the brick repairs that I mention every budget season. Your staff do a good job working with what they have, but as always, there's just not enough of them. And I feel like I'll be mentioning this at every budget meeting and for the next 10 years before we finally get them all done. Just wondering where we might be in terms of that work this coming year.
I'm going to have to ask Bev to comment. I know we're back on it in the spring, but I'm not just sure on the scope of the work. So I'll just ask Bev to chime in, please, and discuss that.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yeah, as soon as the ground thaws completely and we get cleaned up for winter, we're back with that as a priority. We're starting a little earlier this year, so we're very hopeful that we're going to achieve a lot more square footage than we did last summer. So I think that's all I have for you right now is that we're going to continue with it until we're done. So it is a very small team, but it's pretty specialized work. So
it is, and that's always the concern I have. I have no qualms whatsoever. I mean, the team does excellent work. The sections that have actually been fixed look great. There's just not enough of you, right? Is what I keep running into, and we'll see where we get to this year. I'm satisfied with that for now. I think I'll flag this that at the end of the season, I'd like to take a look at it, and if we haven't gone anywhere, then next budget I'm going to look to move some item to, at some point. We probably just need to contract to have someone come in, finish the work. And also, I mean, we haven't even talked about the planters and the sorry state that they're in, right? You know what that means. I know this crosses out of TPW and into planning because they're the ones that are responsible for the planning of the actual streetscapes. And, there's work there too that I'm chasing. I wanted to ask as well about the vegetation piece that was in your slide, Brad. Regarding, are you talking like just the branches, bushes that start to crowd the roadway? Or are you talking like grass and mowing?
No, not grass and mowing. We are talking about bushes and trees growing into the right of way. I'm sure we had a significant increase over the course of last year. It was a big growing year. We have a significant backlog. And the way this works, we do not have a proactive vegetation management. In other words, we do not have a system of moving street by street on a rotational basis every few years to clear back the vegetation. That does not exist. We deal with this more or less on an ad hoc reactive basis. The concern here is we have a growing number of roads obviously coming over through the transfer as well, that its time may have come to move into this. We're assessing it. What I have done, what Bev has done with the money we had, we've added 150,000 to bolster just our ability to deal with a backlog of requests and stay up with that. We've also added 100,000 in the road transfer budget allocated to vegetation management to see what we can do. We have no in-house capability. This is something that we contract. Obviously, is the jobs get bigger or the area to cover gets bigger, we look at maybe in-house versus out-house. But right now, it's all third party and fairly expensive. So yeah, that's the lay of the land. So our estimate in the over is really rough. It's about 1.3 million. is our estimate to kind of get proactive and get on a cyclical basis of vegetation management as opposed to being ad hoc and reactive.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was hoping it was for trees and bushes and not grass. I'd probably burned through my time. I had one more, Mr. Chair, so I could come back a third time if I'm out of time.
You have 40 seconds left.
Oh, I might actually be able to do this in a clearing maneuver. The basic crosswalk upgrade in your over, is that my motion regarding the basic crosswalks?
Absolutely.
I would like to move to add that to the budget adjustment list.
It already is, Councillor. You're there. I'm just, this was already requested previously, so that briefing.
So I don't need to move it again?
You don't need to move it again. Sorry for any confusion. We just wanted to make sure it was tracking, so council's kind of understanding the briefing notes they've already asked for. So sorry for any confusion, but no, you're taking.
Yeah, no, I saw it on the list. So I thought, because when I first asked about it, I didn't ask for a specific number. So I thought you were meaning now I had to move it because it was in the slide, but if it's already in there, great. Thank you.
No, I'm confused. Forgive me. That was asked for today. I don't remember. Maybe I missed something.
During capital, Mr. Chair, I asked for a briefing note on
okay.
the crosswalk piece. And so I think if I'm understanding Brad correctly, that is the response to that. So that number is already on the budget adjustment list?
Well, all I'm showing you now is we have a number estimated at 200,000. I've also basically I'm showing you the guts of the briefing note that you'll get at BAL list. It's for 20 units, $200,000 installed, and that is coming forward to your BAL adjustment list and will be in the form of a briefing note, and there's no need to re-request it. It's en route.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Councillor Austin, because I'll follow up on that vegetation question. Our deputy mayor talked about the signs. It came to me, and Jody DeBay and I had a conversation the last couple of days just around the signs that if they're put up in their, especially around traffic calming, they're not going to use it. So to cover them, the contractor is using garbage bags and duct tape, which is pretty unsightly, and I guess we would call it rather rapok. But I wondered if there was a better option, because there is a reusable option that is out there that you can buy that just goes over the sign and it can be reused. So it just seems to me to be a better option than garbage bags and duct tape. The conversation around vegetation, and I'm really not one to bring too much to the over budget, except around street paving and our quality index. That was important to me in capital. But in the last while, there's been a lot of conversation about the fact that there isn't any proactive management of vegetation. We've got so much more construction. We've got wildlife being displaced. Besides it being unsightly and interfering with sight lines, and then people being confused about who's responsible for this. Is it Halifax Water? Is it HRM? And there are moments where it's days to figure out. It gets ping-ponged back and forth between Halifax Water and between HRM. So to be proactive, to make things a little bit more safer, things a little bit cleaner, even in terms of, if this proactive vegetation gets done, then, it's better for the water flow. It's better for, our culverts not being overflowing. So I really would like to test with my colleagues to consider that the budget committee include the 1.3 million in additional funding costs associated with the proactive vegetation management program within the proposed 22-23 transportation and public works proposed budget to the budget adjustment list as an operating over budget option for consideration.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for seconding that. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
So I think I've really, spoken to why I think this is important, and I would like to hear the conversation and the dialogue with our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Outhet.
Thank you. And a question for Brad on this. Would this include, I mentioned earlier in my comments that the mess we had along the Bedford Highway this year with weeds and wild grass and whatnot growing along, and I'm sure there were other places too. It wasn't even within my district, but it was quite high. And obviously trees growing down over sidewalks and this sort of thing, which staff did, eventually address. So do you see this vegetation maintenance being more than just trees and branches growing out into the road or on the sidewalks? Would this also be sort of this, and I don't think it falls to parks, I don't think it falls to mowing. Where would we be maintaining these overgrown areas? I saw them also along Windmill Road. I saw them along coming off the bridge, where with this god awful overgrowth around the guardrails. Would this address that as well, Brett?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to have to defer to Bev just where you're giving specific examples. She may be familiar with them and can give a very accurate answer on that.
Go ahead, Brad. Or Bev.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. You may want to know I'm waiting for a puppy, but I'm having buyer's remorse before she arrives. So
Alwyn just does not like you, Brad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm happy to address this. Council would know that you've approved a cyclic pruning budget for the urban forestry that we've been working very hard on bringing within the 7-year cyclic timing. In fact, this year we had quite an achievement in having an agreement finally signed with Nova Scotia Power around cyclic pruning of trees around their infrastructure and our right of way. So that's an achievement that was many, many years in the making. The vegetation management we would be involved with would be the brush, the weeds. It was just I guess, horrible or wonderful, whichever way you look at it, growing season. It was moist all summer, either with humidity or with rain, as you'll recall, and weeds love that. So we had them impeding into the right of way. We tried to prioritize as best we could. We had a standing offer that we called on, but it's quite expensive. We're talking almost $2,200 per kilometer on the standing offer. I suggest our in-house program is probably more than that. If we were to crunch the numbers, but what we did instead is we, when we had other work, when it was a rainy day that we couldn't fill potholes, this is how we dealt with this year. We redirected those crews to areas where they could cut vegetation. So we aren't talking about trees. The urban forest program is something quite separate from that. We've developed standards around CN rail lines this year. We have that agreement with Nova Scotia Power that's actually informing our 7-year program. That's trees. But this vegetation management are things that impede the right of way. We certainly prioritize around intersections, signage, crosswalks, critical areas. We've had great discussion with our colleagues within traffic and right of way to expedite that process, because they used to go and inspect any areas that came in through 311, and that really slowed the time frame down. It could have been up to 2 to 3 weeks before cutting was actually done around some of these high impact areas, these high risk areas. So that's been rectified internally now. What we're looking at is instead of waiting for the public to call, or MPS or other supervisors, myself included, or council to notice areas, is to start logging and identifying areas based on priority where we can be proactive with the vegetation. So, the 1.3 million, really it is some guesswork in that. We're looking at what we're reacting to right now, and we're trying to extrapolate it over a rural area. So that's kind of where we are right now. And then ditches are kind of to the side of that as well, because we're working with Halifax Water and trying to get some clarity around what a healthy maintained ditch that's part of the stormwater water system looks like, versus something that we should be stepping into. And I understand there's confusion around that for the public, and we're working on it now based on the motion from Councillor Lovelace a couple of meetings ago. So
that's where
Well,
we are right now.
Thank you, Bev. And I haven't mentioned stumps this year, so you, Brad, are probably expecting that. But how are we doing with stumps? And then I'll be through for the day. Thank you.
I will respond to that before I turn my camera off. We were doing really well. After last storm, we don't have a count yet on what we lost. I know Crispin Wood and the crew are still cleaning up from last weekend's ice storm. Whether it will produce a lot more stumps, we're not really sure yet, but we actually did have good money to put into removing stumps. So, you know, I don't have the count.
I had
right
to
now.
ask, Bev. You knew I had to ask. All right. Thanks
I know
very
you had
much.
to ask. I can get you a firm number offline.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question was going to be about the vegetation issue. My third question coming around was about the ditch maintenance issues. We're taking over new territory from the province this upcoming summer. I can tell you a lot of those ditches are in poor conditions. You know, should they be scooped
I'm
out?
sorry.
By all that
I'm sorry. Is this related to the vegetation management, or would you like to be on the list for the main motion?
No, this is the vegetation topic about ditch maintenance. You know, the brush and weeds and stuff are growing and stuff. I want to get clarification. Are we talking about just natural areas? Are we talking about just trees? Are we talking about vegetation management on the side of the road and the ditches? Because that's the whole topic I'm going to have in my new territories. It's going to be, you know, all this stuff needs to be cut back. You know, we can't see in the summertime when the ragweed is 4 feet tall and stuff and other things like that. So the question is, you know, at what point does Halifax Water go in there and scoop out the ditches and clean out the trees and debris and brush versus us going by and cutting it down? Like, I want to get clarification. Who does what and how does this budget impact that?
So, Councillor, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep my camera off just in case the voice is lost. So, no, this is not about the ditches. That said, when you're cutting back the vegetation from roadside, inevitably, some of the vegetation growing out of the ditches into the roadway will get cut back. That's a fact. Where we're being careful here is what we're not saying is that this is about going in and scooping out ditches. And what we're working with Halifax Water now is to get citizens a very clear picture of, and we're really looking for a picture of what a maintained ditch looks like. Most people think of that as being a ditch void of vegetation and just clean rock. That is not necessarily true. However, we want Halifax Water to come forward, make that clear for council and their own board so that we can then get that standard communicated to residents. Just to be clear, this is not about ditch maintenance. This is about keeping the right of way clear of obstructions so the sight lines are maintained, signs can be seen, hazards can be reduced. And like I say, they're significant right now and they'll really become evident when the leaves come on the trees. And again, you know, we're just saying this is something that we're concerned about going forward. And we'd like to pursue a proactive program. Obviously, that only comes at council's direction. So hopefully that clarified.
If the ditch is in the right of way, you want to cut the shrubs down to improve the sight lines. This is why I call it proactive vegetation management. Once you scoop out the ditch, that's a Halifax Water matter. I'm just talking about cutting down the vegetation so people can see safely around the corner.
Correct. We're on the same page. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you for putting this motion on the floor, Councillor. I'm not going to support it. I think that we certainly at this point in time, I don't want to add anything more, you know, to the ballot. But I will say that you know, residents do a really good job calling in 311. And notifying us of the significant issues. I know that with the road transfer, we're going to have a lot more issues. So I think that what we need to do is go through a cycle of the road transfer before we look at adding more. I mean, we're already in a deficit situation of over 9 million at this point. So I'm not going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Lovelace.
Nope, that's me.
My apologies. Councillor Purdy, I read your name there again. Sorry about that.
The end of the day.
It is the end of the day, just about.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can support this either, even though this was a big concern in District 4. I think we just had some very strange, perfect weather for tremendous growth, from what I understand. And I don't think with this particular service, there is a service standard attached to it. My question was going to be, if this does pass to the BAL and this gets approved, what is that $1.3 million going to be paid for? Is that for contractors to do this work? Is that to hire more staff to have in-house folks do this work? And so there's a lot of talk about ditches and Halifax water and who does what and culverts. This is a very confusing issue. It is not, I do not understand this well at all. And I do feel like there is a bit of a ping pong back and forth of who does what, where does, Halifax water take over? And so wondering, how does one find out? And is this what you're all talking about? Like, this is going to be laid out, what Brad was talking about. They are in conversation with Halifax Water to make this a little more understandable for us. So, I don't know, did I even say that so someone can understand?
Well, sorry, I understood you, Councillor Purdy, and the quick answer is yes. That's exactly what we're setting about to do. It has been a chronic issue, and of course, certainly been around as long as I've been in HRM, sad to say. And so we are trying to resolve this as we're about to get a major road transfer, and that's what's driving this issue to the forefront. Yeah, so that hopefully will clear up any confusion around service levels of ditches, depending on where they are in the municipality.
So do we have a timeline of when that's going to come back to us? Is it going to be like an information item?
Yes, it is. Deputy Mayor Lovelace asked for a report on this. Our goal is to try and get as much of that information delivered to you in the form of a council report in collaboration with Halifax Water in time for the road transfer, and such that it can be properly communicated. So staff is working hard to bring clarity to this. So that's the timeline for that. In answer to your question of who would deliver the service if there was 1.3 million, we would start with contracting it and then evaluate over time whether we could do it better in-house. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, we need more naturalization, not more cutting of vegetation. In order to cut the vegetation, you're going to have to burn fossil fuels to do that. And we need fewer greenhouse gas emissions, not more greenhouse gas emissions. Being proactive is probably not necessary in this case. And if resources are required, we could look at the resources we have for grass cutting and vegetation management now and redirect that where necessary so that we're doing less, not more. So no, can't support that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, I won't support this, but I think it has merit. I'm simply not supporting it this time because I feel like, with the paving addition to the budget, all the other pressures we have, we don't have to fix everything this year. I would like to see this item returned next year, rather than trying to add a 1.3 million to this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. I see nobody else on the list for the first time. So Councillor Daigle-Gammon to close, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you, colleagues, for the conversation. It's great. Part of that gave me a little bit more clarification as well. But I would say I didn't see this as completely about the road transfer. I do see that within HRM, there are lots of issues around the vegetation impeding sight lines, making it unsightly. I do believe that being proactive is the best way to go. So, we'll we'll put this to the vote, I'm sure, and see what happens. But thank you for the conversation, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Tuttle.
Against.
2, Councillor Stoddard. 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting no on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against?
Sorry, Chair Russell, that was against?
That was against the motion, yes.
Thank you. 16, Councillor Outhitt.
Councillor Outhitt has had to step out.
Mayor Savage.
Has also had to step out.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Well, I'll have to say 4.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Again.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. 8, Councillor Smith.
Against?
9, Councillor Clary.
No.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
Chair Russell, that motion has failed.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Ian, for taking care of us today, and for Simon for stepping in as you did. Thank you to Brad and Denise and everybody for all of the work that you've done to keep us on track and provide all of the best information that you could.
Thank you.
We are going to take a break now and resume on Friday morning at 9:30. We do have, according to the HRM agenda page, there is the Design Advisory Committee meeting at 4:30, which is why I'm basically cutting it off now. So I look forward to seeing everybody back on the interwebs at 9:30 in the morning on Friday. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great couple of days.
Thank you all. Thanks, staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.